Okay, calling the Committee on Ways and Means to order. Today we'll have an informational briefing. We'll first hear from the economists to understand the economic outlook. Then we'll hear from the administration on the financial plan. We'll hear from Department of Taxation on revenue collections and projections. And then we'll go into the budget briefings with Department of Taxation and BNF. So Happy New Year, good morning.
Happy New Year. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I have about 25 slides to go over. There's a lot of numbers. Let me start with the world economic forecast. This is from Blue Chip, the most recent forecast released December 10th of 2023. So the last two columns, actually, we can pay attention. 2023 is just over. 2024, the economy, most of the economy, especially those countries send visitors to Hawaii, is going to be slowing down. So you look at the top line, the US economic growth, the 2023, 2.4, it was down to about 1.2%. I think the most recent is about 1.3% is a little increase, but most of the countries will have a decrease. This is a forecast from DBET. We released December 7th, and the attention will be three. I think the first is the first line population. We do see from the Census Bureau data, we have been declining in population several years in a row. And we predict this year, next year will be about level. So an increase about 1,000 people. So basically it's level. And the population is a issue, I think, because half of the state in the United States, they have negative natural growth. Natural growth means the birth minus death. So Hawaii, we still have about 3,000 more births than deaths. But in the next 4 or 5 years, we'll have more deaths than births because Hawaii population is aged, and we are the 6th age state in the nation, and our median age is about 48.1 years. So if you are more than 48.1, you're in my group. You're younger than 48.1. You are young. So this is, I think, in the next few years we'll have more deaths than births. Then the population growth will be coming from in-migration, either from the mainland or from the international. Actually, the US, every year, there is 1 million, over 1 million people coming from international because this is a national phenomenon. The next one is actually, you look at the visitor arrivals. The visitors in 2019 will have 10.4 million. By 2025, our forecast is 10.1. So we will not recover until after 2026, according to our estimate. The next one will be the jobs. You can see the job in 2019, we have about 660,000 jobs. And by 2025, we will not recover. So the job and the visitors, they are consistent. The recovery will be 2026 or beyond. So that is our forecast. Then we'll move on to this, the GDP estimated by the US Bureau of Economic Analysis. So this is just released last week. You can see, according to this estimate, especially the third quarter, which include the impact of Maui wildfire. So the impact, there is some impact, but the impact is less than we expected. So we expected about 0.5% impact on the GDP, but the actual came out about 0.2, 0.3% impact on GDP. But as of the third quarter, the GDP recovery is about 97.7% of the third quarter 2019 level. So we are still recovering, while the US has been fully recovered in 2021. So we are lagging. The full recovery for the economy in terms of GDP will be about in 2026, which normally it takes about 6 years for the economy to recover. So we expect the same path for this recession. in 2019. So look at this general, this is GET tax, and all of our data are calendar year basis, not the fiscal year basis. So we actually have so many months increase in GET. There's only 1 month decrease is August. So you see the GET in August decrease, but other months, but apparently it is slowing down. Let's say the GET because GET we consider as a comprehensive measure for economic activity. The income tax, for example, it has impact from the constitutional rebate last year. So, but the GET is a good measure on the economic activity. We do see some level in October and increase in November. So in terms of jobs, we are still losing about 30,000 jobs compared with 2019. And Big Island basically is recovered. So if you look at all the jobs, so they are in total, it's about 99.6% recovery in the jobs. Many sectors, they have over 100%. That means most of the sectors is fully recovered. But for other counties, they are still lagging, especially for Maui County because of the wildfire. So the recovery now is about 90.5%. And for Oahu is because of the tourism. So it is hospitality because Maui visitor arrivals is mostly is about half. So to be exact, about 48% from international is 52% from domestic. But the neighbor island is normally 85-15. 85 from US mainland, 15 from international. So the international recovery really impact Oahu. So I'm going to talk about that in my future slide. So this is unemployment rate. You can see our unemployment rate was high, was the second highest in the nation. But then we recovered to about below 5%. And now we are standing, for other counties, standing at about 2.5%. Only Maui is still high. So other islands are picking up. Maui is slowing down, but the slowdown, the pick up from other islands does not offset the slowing down in Maui. So we still have some impact from Maui. Then look at the unemployment, initial unemployment claim. So the last line shows the 2023. So this is almost the full year. The latest is last week, Thursday, December 23rd, the week ending. You can see 2019 for Oahu, 746, and now it's 715. In terms of unemployment claims, it's fully recovered. Look at Hawaii County, it's fully recovered. Kauai County is fully recovered. But I look at Maui, is still high because in 2019, 144, now is almost 500. So Maui is still not doing well in terms of employment. Look at this. This is the construction. I believe this is construction task base. I don't have the top portion. So one of the industries we are doing well is actually the construction. And one indicator is this contracting tax base. For the first 8 months, we have data from tax department for the first 8 months. The contracting tax base increased 11.1%. So that is the construction we view as construction completed. So you look at the historical from 2019, 20, and 21, 22, we actually every year in nominal terms, the contracting tax base is actually increased. The first few years increased small, but this 2023, the increase was pretty big. So in terms of building permit, so we pull building permit actually on daily basis from all the county's building department. This including private and public building permit. You can see the increase for the first 11 months is 12.3%. This indicating that next year, the construction industry will be busy, especially on Honolulu and Maui counties. So they are higher in terms of the building permit insurance. So you normally take about a year between the building permit issued and the started construction. So the next year, this year, 2024, the construction industry is going to be good. So this is one of the bright spots. So move on to this. It's the related to the construction. This is the real estate. You can see the last column is the home sales. This is from the land part. Data include not only the multiple listing, including all the sales from developers, sales from Facebook, Craigslist, everybody included. You can see the decrease in the home sales is about 32.1%. So real estate is not doing well in 2023. But what about the price? So I listed the price. This is average price for a single family. You can see the decrease citywide is about 6.7%. It's a lot lower than the volume of sales. And especially for Maui County. So the decrease in price is 1.4%. But the condo price is mixed. You see Honolulu and Maui is actually the condo price increase. Very good, thank you. This is talking about the visitor industry. When we look at the, we have data for the first 11 months. So you can see that the 2022 was the peak ever for the US visitors. So we had about 2022 is about 4.8 million visitors from US West and 2.2 from US East. We have some decrease in 2023, but you can see when we compare with 2019 for the same first 11 months, we were still higher than the 2019 from the US. So the growth between 22, 23 was a negative, but it's still higher than 2019. So we expect this year, 2024, the US will be continue to slow down. If you look at it, the growth rate will be negative. But if you look at it, the compared with 2019, will be still higher than 2019. But the bright spot is actually Japan. Japan, the increase is 221.2%. So, but the recovery rate is still very low. It's 35.1% for 2023. We expect Japanese recovery in this year will be reaching about 60 to 70%. Will be still recovering, but it will double the recovery rate. Then we look at the recovery by month and by county or by island. And you can see citywide, currently the recovery from the same month, 2019, is about 91%. So the previous month, we were doing okay. We were at about 95, 96, even 97%. Because of the Maui wildfire, starting in August, you can see the Maui recovery rate decreased from 95% all the way to 41. Then it's slowly increasing. Now the recovery from Maui is about 69.5%. And we'll still see this year, Maui will be still slowing down, will be lagging the other counties. So you can see the two counties, island I highlighted, Kauai and Big Island is pretty much recovered in terms of visitor arrivals. But in terms of visitor expenditure, we are not recovered. It's because most of the visitor expenditure in 2023 is due to inflation and also due to the increase in the TAT tax. Because in 2023, all the counties taxed the 3% of the TAT. Those 3% is included in the visitor spending. So look at it, this year, we have airline schedule for 11 months. We don't have the full year, but we have 11 months. So it is an indication. We know the airline, they adjust their schedule on a monthly basis. So if you look at the airline air seat, which is the supply side of the tourism, you can see the U.S. Will be, by market, the U.S. recovery, the recovery will be increased 99.8%, almost 100% in terms of air seat. But the U.S. will be still higher than 2019 for this year. But in terms of growth, will be smaller than last year. But the Japan, this is the air seat recovery is about 79%. So I'm talking about the Japan visitors will be recovering about 60 to 70%. Is lower than the air seat. It's mainly because there's a lot of our residents traveling to Japan, visiting Japan because of the exchange rate. The exchange rate in October, it was $1 get 150, and now I think it's 140. But in this, going to the middle of this year, it may come down to 135. A small improve that will change our visitor. The Japanese visitor arrival lagging is mainly because of the exchange rate. So the growth in terms of air seat is about 52.6%. But the other market, it will see a bigger increase, mainly from Korea. So, but the airline will be doing adjustment. I think on Sunday, just this past Sunday, a new airline is called Air Premier. Came to Hawaii with about 319 passengers. So they will operate about 4 flights a week until March. I think this is just a testing. And they will see what will happen and to decide the future flight. But this is a good news. We don't have many airlines starting a new route. So look at the island. This is by airport. You can see we will still see for this year, Oahu will increase due to the recovery from Japan. And we see some, will continue some decrease on Kahului, mainly Maui, and will be level in other islands, like the Big Island and Kauai. So inflation, I was surprised to see we had a 3.6% inflation in November. But overall, Hawaii's inflation has been below the US. So I think we are ending at about 3.6%, and the US was about 4.2%. So our inflation rate is lower than the US. But because of this inflation rate, I think the consensus is that the Federal Reserve Bank will stop increasing the interest rate. They may actually will decrease the interest rate in 2024. So the consensus I have seen is about 3 times, and I saw 6 times. So it should be between 3 to 6 times decrease in interest rate. That will help the Hawaii's construction and especially real estate industry. So I have a few slides to show a study we have been doing, a request by legislature in 2007, and we have that Act 148 as device to monitor to the emerging industries. So we have done a report in the last 14 years. So this, before I go into that our study, this is the GDP for 2022. This is in nominal dollars. I want to show you between US and Hawaii, what is our economic structure. For the top 5 industries, there are 4 of them. We are the same. We are the same as the US. One is the tree. We are the same. The top 5 is one of the top 5. And this real estate and professional services, we are the same. So one of the top 5, but our concentration for the real estate is high. It's due to our housing price. And government, we are high. We have higher concentration. We're almost 20%. It's mainly because of the federal government. The federal government is heavy in Hawaii. But the difference is actually in manufacturing. US is heavy, is one of the top 5 in manufacturing, but Hawaii is one of the top 5 is hospitality, which is tourism. You see the concentration. We are higher in terms of the share of the GDP. we are much higher. We are the highest compared with the US. And this shows that the last 100 years, our GDP growth. So you can see we have the top 5 industries are growing in terms of share, the contribution to the economy. The top 5: real estate, healthcare, construction, transportation, utilities. The ones are level, constant is hospitality, tourism, and professional services and private educational services. So I think in the future 10 years, at least short-term growth in Hawaii's economy will be coming from these 8 sectors. So there will be still, it looks like we have comparative advantage in these 8 sectors. We have some declining sectors. You can see many of these, including government. But it's mainly, the government is mainly because we have a decrease in employment, because there is a difficulty for government to hire people. Overall, we have a labor shortage, but the government is especially difficult to hire people. So I think, but among these declining industries, we do see some bright spots. So I'm going to talk about that here. We did emerging industry analysis. We actually concentrated on 6 sectors, 39 industry groups, and we monitor about 280 detailed industries. The 6 sectors, including technology, creative, agribusiness, health and wellness, education, and other targeted, including the apparel and the call centers. So these industry or sectors were once upon a time were the concentration of the administration or legislature. And the methodology we use in the last over 10 years, we look at their job growth rate. If they grow positive, bigger than 0 means they grow, they're positive. And they grow faster than the US. So they grow positive growth and grow better than US. And their job share is also bigger than the US. That is the best. So we call this is base growth. And if they grow better than US, but their job share is less than US, that industry is emerging. So the top 2 are good. So emerging can move to base growth. So that's the path. Then when they come to so many years, they will come to transition. They slowing down, then they will decline. So we are looking at the top 2 industries. What are they? So we look at it, this is the base growth. And the time here is our report. So this one line is one report. So we did this report since 2009. We measured 2002, 2008. So after that, we have every 10 years, we just move the timing. So you can see that at the beginning of the reporting period, we see the technology sectors. We see R&D, we see biotech, and later on, we see the cultural activities, we see film, and we see some engineering field. They are growing, they are steady growth. So you can see the cultural activities. It has been pretty steady in the last over 10 years, and also film. Cultural activities, including those nonprofit organizations, such as the Hawaii Community Foundation and Council on Native Hawaiian Advances, they are active participating in our economic activities, mostly in the services. So what industries are emerging? So this, you can see, the industry is dynamic. Some emerging, and the next few years, they may drop off. So you can see the specialty healthcare, hospitals. So these ones, hospitals, nursing, is mainly is consistent with the health and about the health industry will be growing the next many years. I think because Hawaii's population are aging, a lot of medical services are needed. So you can see some of the green, those are agriculture. Although as a full industry, a full sector for agriculture is a declining sector, and manufacturing is also a declining sector. But within those sectors, there are industries, detailed industries, that are emerging, and they may grow into the future. The ones you can see is agricultural support, agricultural input, and especially here you can see aquaculture. Aquaculture actually in the beginning years, they were growth. They actually pretty good in growth, but then they jump up to emerging. So aquaculture is one of the industries will have some potential in the future years to grow. So basically, to summarize, Hawaii's economy will follow the US trend, will be slowing down in 2024. So this year will be slowing down. The full economic recovery, we are talking about 2019. The US is fully recovered, so our recovery will be after 2025, because I present the data only up to 2025. So this is in terms of tourism, in terms of job count. And the construction industry will perform well. Real estate will improve this year. So the growth in the next decade will be mainly coming from that, the 8 industries I was talking about. And the industries emerging in growth, still small, will help the diversification of the economy. So these will include renewable energy, film, aquaculture, and some agricultural activities. So the challenge for us is demographic changes, population declining, and our population will be coming mainly in the next few years or next few decades will be coming from migration. Migration will be coming from US mainland and from international. And the characteristics are different. From the mainland tend to be younger, and coming from international it tend to be older. And the labor participation will be different. I think that's the summary of my presentation.
Okay, we'll hear from both economists and then we'll ask questions.
Okay.
You need time to set up. What do I need to reset? Reset. Okay, we'll use this for 5 minutes so that we can set up. Okay, we're going to reconvene, and now we'll hear from Dr. Bonham from UHERO. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Chair. Members of the committee. So I'm going to talk about the forecast report that UHERO released in mid-December. Little bit of conversation about details specific to Maui, and then a broader overview. What does what? There we go. So that's just a summary of a bunch of the stuff that UHERO has released since the Maui wildfires, and it actually doesn't reflect everything that we've done. We released a report in late August that was sort of a high-level overview of what we thought were going to be the challenges facing the recovery, and then started focusing on labor market conditions, which has probably been the biggest surprise. Has been how strong and how quickly the labor market has bounced back on Maui. There was an interesting piece that compared, really kind of looked at some of the lessons from Hurricane Iniki that was written by Frank Haas and Jim Mack and Paul Brubaker. That's the economic perspective of Maui. And then we did our first forecast report. And I guess the good news is that forecast report was way too pessimistic. The recovery in tourism, the recovery in the labor market has been faster and continues to surprise to the upside. And actually, I think one of the pieces that is maybe the most interesting is this one here in the corner: reducing fire risk and restoring value to fallow agricultural lands. And actually, one of the co-authors of that, actually Stephen Bond Smith, is here. He's a new faculty member at UHERO, and he was been a co-author on a lot of these things. But that last piece, it basically is about recognizing that managing agricultural lands, managing lands, and particularly diversified agriculture has value that goes well beyond growing food. And, you know, farmers and ranchers already know this. They've known it forever. But if you don't put an economic measure on that value, so the ecosystem services that flow from managing ranch lands, for example, or managing your water resources and having diversified ag, include minimizing wildfire risk. And if you place an economic value on that insurance essentially against wildfires, then it opens up the door for policy to either subsidize these activities or to penalize folks who don't engage in those activities. And this is an area that we have particular expertise on with I've got 4 or 5 environmental economists who have expertise in ecosystem services. And so that's something that we're working on in an ongoing fashion. Then the other thing that I'll point out is we soon after the fires, we released our housing fact book and our housing dashboard. And because of the fires, we, instead of just looking at zip code level data, we separated out the data for Lahaina town, right? Not the whole west side. And so that dashboard, we hope, has just about all the information you would want, everything from, you know, number of housing units permitted, how long it took them to get permitted, the demographics of the area. There's a wealth of information in there, and it's actually, I know it's being used quite extensively to inform policy. So let's just take a quick look at what I mean when I say things are a lot better than expected. Eugene showed the initial unemployment claims for the state and for the counties. The initial unemployment claims for Maui are the gold bars here, and the blue line is actually kind of the more interesting one. That's the continuing claims, right? So you file for unemployment, then you have to keep filing, and so that kind of gives you an idea of how many people are out of work, who at least are continuing to file for claims. And that peaked at 8,800 claims. I believe it was the week of September 16th. And that was about where we thought it was going to be. So that's around 10% of Maui's labor force. And I think our forecast when we first released it after the fires was for an 11% unemployment rate in the fourth quarter. Well, we were surprised by how rapidly these claim numbers came down. So as of the last data point, which was December 23rd, we're now at 4,410 claims, I think it is. So almost half of the people who were claiming unemployment benefits in mid-September have found work. Now, some of them, you know, so you may have been waiting tables in Lahaina and making really good money, and now you're working at Costco, right? It doesn't mean you're whole, but they found work. Some of these people may have left the island. Most of them, we think, they found work because of how tight Maui's labor market was pre-fire, because of the fact that, you know, every business you would talk to would tell you they couldn't find enough workers. We also think they're finding work in the recovery process, where they're working for the Red Cross or other federal agencies. And as I said, some of them may have left the island. We don't have that data. We can't tell you how many people have left the island. But if you've left the island and you don't have a job, you could still be in these numbers, right? You don't have to be on the island to continue to get unemployment benefits.
Costco is pretty good, though.
What's that?
Costco is pretty good.
Well, yeah.
If you came to work for government, then you got it.
Yeah, but so there's an important point, is that the economic numbers, I think, will make it look like the economy is doing better than it feels on the ground, right? The people of Maui aren't going to get overly excited about these kinds of numbers, and it will make it look like the economic recovery is more complete than it is. The other place where these are the daily passenger count data for, this is domestic passenger counts to Maui County, and it's seasonally adjusted weekly data. And so you can see that, you know, after averaging right around 45,000 passengers on incoming flights every week throughout 2023, we plummet to around 10,000. So we essentially fall by about 75% right with the impact of the fires. But we're now back up at close to 35,000 passengers. And actually, if you look at the data for December, I think through the end of last week, year over year, domestic passenger counts were only down about 16, 17% for the month of December. That's a 10% improvement over November. That data is polluted. Well, it's not polluted, but it has returning residents in it as well. And it has not just visitors, but all those federal workers who keep coming back and forth, they're getting counted in here as well. So it's not a perfect measure, but this growth has been surprising, to the point that, the blue line is our original forecast from our first forecast after the fires, and the green dotted line is the forecast we released in December. I think that's too pessimistic now. And that difference, so if I were doing the forecast right now, I would say that the strength of November, December arrivals compared to say where we thought things would be back in September of this year, we're probably talking probably closer to 200 million in extra visitor spending that we didn't think was going to happen, that is happening because the recovery has been faster than expected. Now, the important piece is that once you get out near, so you'll notice the lines converge, right? The green dotted line is the latest forecast, the blue one was the older one. They converge because you get to this point where the visitor plant starts to fill up, and we're still housing residents in visitor plant. And so the constraint on Maui's economic recovery in latter half of 2024 and into 2025 is housing. And we've got to have the housing not only for residents, but we also have to have housing for visiting workers, whether they're, with HUD or FEMA or Army Corps or construction workers, right? And to the extent that we don't deliver the housing in 2024, the recovery will be constrained. And that's part of the reason why we don't have, so the pre-fire forecast was literally the forecast that we had developed before August 8th. And you'll notice that we don't have complete recovery all the way out in 2027, 2028, because we're pessimistic about the speed at which the housing is coming online. So let's talk a little bit about the U.S. economy. And so normally, if I was just doing a presentation about having the disaster that impacted Maui, I would have just started with the U.S. forecast, the Japan forecast, right? And you'd be tourism and all the other drivers in Hawaii. Right now, U.S. matters more than anything else. And actually, I was surprised by Eugene showed the blue chip numbers for forecast for the U.S. I think was 1.2%. That's also our forecast for this year for U.S. economic growth. All eyes have been on the Fed, and so that's why you would care about inflation. So all of these numbers are coming down. These are data that the Fed prefers to look at when they look at inflation. It's the personal consumption expenditures deflator. That's so the headline PCE inflation number. I think it was 2.6% in the latest reading. Their target is 2%. The core is a little higher. So core is for those people who don't eat and don't have to drive a car, no food, no energy. And then service is the one that they've really been worried about, as that's been remained elevated, and they're worried about that passing basically high labor costs because of labor shortages passing through into inflation. But if you take the core measure and you look at the last 6 months, so how fast has inflation been over the last 6 months? It's under 2%. That's the Fed's target. So the takeaway is we think the Fed's already won the battle and that there won't be any more rate increases. And we're in the camp of we'll probably see about 100 basis points cut in interest rates during 2024. Whether that starts in March or April or May, I think a little bit later rather than earlier. But this shows several key interest rates. The Fed funds rate, which is stuck at 5.5. So the Federal Open Market Committee is saying we're going to be down to about 4.6% by the end of next year. Right. So we're talking about 100 roughly 100 basis points. And, they don't always get it right. I think they probably have it right here. The market has kind of gone nuts. So yeah, don't watch the bond market. It's just too easy. The 10-year treasury yield, after flirting with 6% is now down below 4%. 4% is about where we think it probably should be, 4.5%. And, it'll bounce around that. And then the key, one of the key things for resumption of trade in real estate and generating tax revenues from that is that the mortgage rate come down. We think it'll end the year at 6.5, which still seems high. We're not going back to the old 3% days, barring a deep global recession. That's not likely to happen. But if rates in the 6.5 and 6% range will start to bring some people out of the woodwork, and activity will start to grow there. So why do we care so much about U.S. economy? It's underpinning Hawaii's economic growth because that's where the tourism spending has come from. And our MO for the last year or so has been to be surprised by how strong the U.S. economy is. That's sort of been true for consensus forecasters. In other words, each time we release a forecast, we have to revise up, right? So our forecast, in fact, if you go back far enough, we were forecasting a recession in 2023. We got that wrong, so you can stop listening now. And we'll get 2024 wrong too. I think 1.2 is probably a little bit on the anemic side. There's a lot of headwinds for the U.S., but month after month after month, we've been surprised by the resilience of the U.S. consumer. And as those inflation numbers come down, then that's just a boost to the U.S. consumer, right? Their wages have increased, and they're getting real wage growth because inflation is starting to come down. So basically, we have a short, soft landing. 1% is basically a soft landing for the U.S. economy, and then resumption to more normal 2% growth. So again, why does that matter? Well, because right now, 75% of the visitors to the state and 75% of the spending is from U.S. visitors. That's up more than 10 percentage points since before the pandemic. And that simply reflects, as of now, it simply reflects the fact that Japanese visitors are still very, very slow to return. So this is we'll have a quiz on this at the end of this slide. This is one where we index everything to 100, right? So we change the data so everything lines up at 100 pre-pandemic. That's January of 2020. And so that means that if you're at 100 then, and you're at 0 in March, I think that's actually April, right? So you lost all your visitors from all these different markets. Now, if you look to July of 2021, US arrivals are at, say, 115. So they were at 100 in January 2020, and in July, they're at 115. They're 15% above where they were pre-pandemic, right? This is the summer of the U-Haul truck as the preferred rental car on Maui. And, the US, if it weren't for the US visitor, our recovery would have been incredibly delayed. So basically, US visitors hit 10 to 15% above pre-pandemic levels and stayed there all the way until spring of this year. And US visitors begin to slow down in spring. And then, of course, we got hit by the wildfires. But still, we're just a little bit below 100% of pre-pandemic level. All the other markets, Canadian arrivals, all other international, behave similarly, but with a much slower rebound, right? They weren't open. They weren't open for travel as early as the US. And then there's Japan. And Japan, in the November data, just hit 50% of pre-pandemic levels. And our forecast is actually that even out to the end of the decade, you won't see complete recovery of the Japanese market. And we could talk about why for a long period of time. It's not all about exchange rates. That's the story. That's a part of the story right now, is that it's simply, basically Japanese visitors face sticker shock. Just like, everyone here has either been or knows 5 people who have been to Japan recently. Mm-hmm. And the reason is that it's, everything's on sale. It looks so cheap. because the currency, the yen has gone down in value 35%. So you're getting a 35% price, and this is compared to pre-pandemic. This is another one of these index graphs where we line everything up in January of 2020. And so the yen today buys 35% less Hawaii vacation than it did pre-pandemic. So you're a visitor from Japan and you booked your trip to come for Golden Week in 2020. And then of course you didn't come, right? Because everything was shut down. But you know exactly how much everything cost. If you try to book the same trip today, you'd be facing hotel rooms that were 30+% more expensive, food and drink be 30% more expensive, and then you'd pay for it with a currency that bought 35% less. Right? So you're talking 60–70% more expensive for a vacation. I think Eugene is right that there's an expectation that that currency move will reverse a little bit. That once the Fed literally starts cutting rates and Bank of Japan starts raising rates, we could easily see a 10-point move in the yen. So if you haven't gone, now's the time to go. But it's not all about the yen. So this is data on outbound travel from Japan, and it shows the percentage recovery. Oops, got ahead of myself there. Percentage recovery by market. So basically, Korean travel from Japan to Korea is essentially back to pre-pandemic levels. Travel from Japan to New Zealand has recovered to about 75%. To Australia, about 75%. And then the farther away you get from Japan, the smaller the recovery. There is a suggestion, and actually, if you updated this number, Hawaii number with the latest data, you'd be on par with it. So basically, US and Hawaii would be about the same at about a 50% recovery. And actually, if you look at the Australia dollar versus the yen has depreciated between 25 and 30% against the Australia dollar as well. So it's not just about price. There's something else going on. And survey data has shown that potential Japanese travelers are more reluctant to travel internationally than pretty much anybody else in the international survey that was done. So I think there's something going on here that bears watching and reflects our view that we won't see complete recovery of Japanese visitors this decade. And it may take many more years, actually by the end of the decade. And that's consistent with past behavior. If you think about tourism, it's punctured. So Hawaii is a small open economy, right? We're subject to shocks from the US economy, from international geopolitical, and of course, everything from wars to viruses, to great recessions. And so your real spending is measured on the right axis and arrivals is on the left axis. You get these big shocks that then you recover from. And while you're recovering from, like we are right now, we're now recovering from a new one, which is the Maui wildfire, you see growth, right? So you get sometimes extraordinary growth in visitors and visitor spending. But if you look at the long-term trend, it's completely flat, right? Tourism is not a growth engine. It's the economy, but it's not what will cause it to grow over any extended period of time. And in fact, much of this growth happened during the period when we were rapidly expanding short-term vacation rentals, right? This growth in people, average daily census that happened since the Great Recession, and even before that, that's all short-term vacation rentals. So to the extent that that's not something that repeats itself or even reverses itself somewhat, there's even less prospect for growth going forward. So let's pivot and talk about the labor market a little bit. So these graphs show you kind of the same thing that Eugene was showing with the numbers. This is another one of these index graphs where I line everything up at 100. And I did that for February of 2020, right before the pandemic. So US payroll jobs are now about 4% above where they were pre-pandemic, right? So they were at 100 in February 2020. Now they're at 104, roughly. Hawaii employment and non-farm payrolls are well below pre-pandemic levels still. So for non-farm payrolls, so this data is a little bit different from the numbers that Eugene was reporting, because we do an adjustment of the data to take into account the revisions that the BLS will release in March. And basically, there's a couple of concerns. One is the fact that we haven't recovered. And the other is that the growth within 2023 was actually very, very anemic. So most of the growth, so when you look at the numbers, say the November jobs report, and I'm making this up, I don't know what the actual growth rate was, but the growth rate that would be reported was, say, 2.5% growth. Well, that was all compared to November a year earlier, right? But essentially, we were recovering as we go through 2022, and then we basically have gone sideways since then, right? Very little growth during the year. And I mean, that makes sense because our labor force is declining. Our population is continuing to decline. And so we've essentially recovered to the consistent with the size of our population and our labor force, right? So that's a big piece of why we haven't gotten back to this level back here, because we've lost about 20,000 people from, say, 2018 till today. And the labor force is down about 15,000 people. So yeah, you can't hire people if they're not there. And yet the labor market is essentially back to normal. So I would argue that there isn't an above normal level of excess demand for workers, right? Every business will tell you they can't find the skilled employees that they need, whether it's government or nonprofits or private sector. But that was true in 2018 and 2019 as well. In other words, it's always been hard to find the necessary workers. And if you look at the wage gap, sorry, not the wage gap, but the gap between demand for workers, which is the blue line, and the labor force, which is the gold line, that gap is actually smaller than it was in 2018 and 2019. So we've got fewer people working, but we've also noticed the long-term trend of the labor force. We've lost about 14,000 people out of the labor force because of aging, because of actual loss of population, right? And so the issue for businesses, if they're trying to expand, is just flat out finding the workers. Turn and talk a little bit about construction and housing, because so in our forecast, we have real visitor spending about $1 billion less in 2024 than in 2023. But that's completely made up for by construction activity. And real visitor spending growth resumes in 2025. It still remains relatively muted, but the construction sector, I think Eugene referred to it as a bright spot, and that is true. And the vast majority of that is federal government spending, primarily Pearl Harbor, but also the Infrastructure and Jobs Act spending and infrastructure spending from DOT and others. So that's just a picture of our forecast for mortgage rates. So yeah, we think mortgage rates are headed down, but you'll notice that all the way out here at the end of our 2028, we're still talking about 5.5% on a 30-year mortgage rate. So that's obviously decimated affordability. Believe it or not, it's not actually less affordable than 1990, during the peak of the Japanese bubble, but it's very, very close. And that's had a number of effects. One of them is it keeps people from putting their homes on their market, right? So if you bought a house, so if you were, say, a millennial or you moved out of your auntie's basement in 2021 and bought a condo and you got a 30-year fixed mortgage at 3%, you're kind of stuck, right? Now, granted, if your personal finances improve enough, then you just hold on to that condo forever and it becomes a rental. But thinking about selling it and moving up to something at 6% interest, when home prices have really just paused, they haven't fallen enough to offset that loss of affordability. And so what we have is a situation where inventories, and this is just Oahu, I mean, during the knots, the average inventory on any given month was almost 12,000 single family homes available for sale. And right now we're just a little over 500, which reflects both the sales that happened that pulled inventory out of the market during the pandemic as people were trying to have more space and have a place to work from home. But it also reflects the fact that you just can't trade, right? It also reflects the fact that we don't build anything. But that's too strong. We build very, very little, right? So one of the things that happened in the tax revenue forecasting last year, at least this is my view of one of the things that happened, is that the collapse in sales of housing meant that all those realtors weren't getting commissions, and they weren't paying any tax on it, right? Their conveyance tax wasn't there. The excise tax on all the purchases that people do when they refurbish a home. And if you looked at, these are resales for all islands, they're all down at levels that we haven't seen since the Great Recession. It's really pretty astounding how fast and how hard resales collapsed. And so that loss of economic activity. So the good news is that that's over, right? And as interest rates start to come down and the economy continues to grow, some of that activity will come back, and we won't have the year-over-year negative effect from that, right? We're not falling from here to here anymore. We may not jump, but we're not going to see another big down year in conveyance taxes and other forms of taxes associated with real estate. You know, one of the things that this came out of a report that we did when we released our fact book. And so that would mean it was authored by Justin Tyndall and Rachel Inafuku and maybe Daniela Bond Smith. But this gives you this gives you a comparison of Hawaii versus all the other states in the country. And the horizontal axis is how much prices on homes increased between 2005 and 2021. And those years were just picked because this is mostly American Consensus Survey, American Community Survey data. And so basically home prices in Hawaii went up about the same amount as the rest of the country, a little bit less, 60% between 2005 and 2021. And so, you know, you're running a business and the price of what you sell goes up 60%, you'd like to sell more, right? And actually, if you look at what happened on the continent with the surge in rents and surge in home prices in 2020, 2021, 2022, they built houses like mad. We had more multifamily housing under construction. We may still have more multifamily housing under construction on the continent than ever before because builders responded to the high prices. And if we were just average, we would have permitted about 7,000 to 8,000 homes in 2021. Instead, actually 2021 was a pretty good year for permitting. I think we permitted probably maybe 5,000 homes, roughly. So normally when prices go up, you expect more permitting, but that doesn't happen in Hawaii. You see, we're almost a complete outlier into sort of how little housing we built. Still, we think construction is the bright spot, but it's not because of residential building. The blue line here, this is all a pre-fire forecast, and the blue shaded area is residential building permits in real dollars. So essentially more of the same, a little bit more in, so $2 billion of real building permits all the way out to 2028. And then this green wedge is non-residential permits. Some of that is actually housing, some of it in the condo space. Some of the building is considered non-res. Some of this would also be resort, not office towers. And then this big wedge here is government contracts. And so it says it's a forecast, but we already know these numbers because the contracts have already been awarded, right? The work is largely already awarded for Pearl Harbor. So we're talking about, I think it's $4 billion for the work at Pearl Harbor, and that work is going on right now. And we're beginning to see some of that in the contracting tax base and in the jobs counts. And so we're talking about an increase from, you know, a normal year of about $1 billion or so, $1.5 billion, and now we're talking about 3 or 4 billion going forward, more than offsetting the loss of visitor spending. Now, the problem is, so the top line here, the pre-fire forecast, that's the top of the line from the previous chart. In other words, total building activity or total permissions to build in billions of dollars. And then this is what happens when you add on a very rough guess of rebuilding on Maui. So you essentially add another $750 to $1 billion for the foreseeable future. And the problem is we don't have the people to do it. I mean, we didn't have it. There was a real concern about labor market, about construction workers, even before the wildfire and the need to rebuild. And so what that tells you, multiple things, is one, some of the workers who come to Maui or come to the state for other projects aren't going to be from Hawaii, right? And so that means some of the benefit of the federal spending, the insurance money, et cetera, that goes to rebuilding on Maui will ultimately leave the state, right, in the form of wages to workers from outside. It also means there's an opportunity for the university, for I think CNHA already has a program where they're training people, trying to help people get not certificates, but apprenticeships. And I know they were helping train people to do FEMA type recovery work. And so there's real opportunity there for people to switch careers, to move into the trades. It also means that if we don't have enough workers, some projects are going to get delayed, and costs are going to be higher. So it's kind of a cautionary tale, but also an opportunity.
You know, going back on the number of permits, you said 5,000, but we should have issued 7,000. Well,
so just based on that simple math of if, you know, the relationship between home prices, so that's saying if we were like the rest of the country, and I'm not saying we need to be like the rest of the country, but when home prices go up this much, you build more housing. So if we were like the rest of the country, we would have permitted something like 8,000 homes in 2021.
So do you guys have information as to how many permits were actually applied for and how many were actually approved? Because then
There's a lot.
we would want to know why the numbers would be different.
Well, but the list of reasons why they're different is long, right? We always permit less than you would. We're not like the continent, right? And so we do have numbers on how many were applied for, because we're like Ebed, we're getting the numbers from the counties. We don't have application dates for all of the counties. We're working with Mayor Roth's administration to make sure that they can get us right. So you need to know when the permit was applied for and when it was issued. And we have that for Maui, for Oahu. I can't remember if we have it for Hawaii.
I mean, anecdotally, I think we hear from people saying that permits taking so long.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Big Island has improved that quite a bit. And actually, they permitted more single family homes than any other island in the last several years. So these would be actual permits issued. So some of them would have been applied for many years earlier. I mean, to speak to one of the interesting things from the housing dashboard is if you can go in and you can look at average permit time or median permit time. So median time between application and issuance of a permit. And if you look at the Lahaina data, there was a year when for multifamily housing, the median permit time was like 7-8 years, something like that, because one project got held up, right? Went to court, was in battles for a decade before it finally got permitted.
So the federal projects that you talked about, those don't follow the same process.
No.
So that's why they're moving much faster.
Yeah, then they're not housing, right? Actually, low-hanging fruit on housing ought to be more federal housing, right? I mean, it really, that, and in my sense, also housing for Hawaiian homelands. Those are places where you've
Yeah.
got.
So it almost sounds like where you're not going to have to go to DPP. That's where we're going to have potential growth.
Well, it's low hanging fruit, right? So one of the areas where I guess DVED and our forecast differ a little bit is we don't see population increasing in 2024. If anything, so actually, our view for 2023 and 2024 is continued population loss. I think we have population loss stopping in 2025, and but that's a crapshoot. And if we don't build housing on Maui, these numbers will not stop falling, right?
Yeah.
I think our forecast for loss of population on Maui is 3,000 or 4,000 people, and the longer we go without something close to permanent housing, the more of those people will leave. So this chart, the bars are growth rates, and that's percentage term real GDP. And so the reason I show the two different growth rates is the gold one is what we thought before the fire. So essentially, before the fire, we were thinking about a Hawaii economy that's essentially sort of going back to its long run trend, which is not all that exciting. The long run trend growth for GDP and for real GDP in Hawaii from peak to peak, 2007 to 2019, is about 1% growth. And so that was sort of where we thought things were headed. Now we're going to get a bump in GDP growth. It may even show up in 2024. Our forecast might be too pessimistic in 2024, where we have sub 2% growth and then 3% growth in 2025 and almost 3% in 2026. That's rebuilding, right? So when you have a natural disaster and you destroy a bunch of infrastructure, housing, cars, et cetera, and then you replace it, it shows up as economic growth, right? Doesn't mean you're better off, right? If you drive your car into the ocean and go down to the dealership and buy a new one, that shows up as economic growth, but you're not better off. And so it'll look better than it is, particularly from a social perspective. So I think that's it, and be happy to answer questions. Or
can I go back to just one thing? The housing slides like a while ago, and how much folks are probably.
Wait, which slide was that?
I forget, but it doesn't matter. But but I ask you because in a number of markets around the country in the last 4 or 5 years, a lot of investment in particularly single family homes has been investment funds and all its other LLCs and whatnot. Are we seeing that same? I haven't looked at the Hawaii numbers, but are we seeing the same trend in Hawaii? And because of that, because a lot of those transactions are not going to be based on the same investment and financing structures as a normal family would have, does that mean there's more liquidity in the market, and you might have some of those things coming back into the mix sooner than you might expect?
anybody else hear the emergency alarm going off? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, it's something that we have looked at, is the ownership. So, are the properties being bought by LLCs? Are they being bought by investment companies? But I don't think we have a firm answer for you.
Maybe Eugene, both of you can come up. So I had one question from Senator Noy. She asked if the governor proposes to increase TAT or revisit green fees, what would be the impact to tourism?
I think it will, in nominal terms, it will increase the visitor spending. I think the visitor spending is about $20 billion. And if we deflate it because the visitor spending is mainly in the last few years, we see a big increase. It's actually about 18% increase compared with 2019. But almost all of them is due to inflation. Is mainly the hotel room rate increase about 34%, and also others. So when we increase the TAT, or the green tax. I think many years ago, Carl did a study, I think we call about the elasticity, which means the sensitivity, how visitors sensitive to the increase in the price. So that was translated in the price of tourism. So normally it will negatively impact around the demand on tourism, because when the price increase, the demand will decrease. So, but how big it is going to be impacted, I cannot say how much, but I think it will be negatively impacted. I think in the current study many years ago, it was inelastic, but that time when the PAT was about 7.5%. Now the state is 10.25 plus the county. So, and also plus the GDP. So it's pretty high now.
So the bottom line is that we don't know, because, you know, the research that I did decades ago was far from perfect, and I would not use it as a guide for policy, those estimates that we came up with. We've actually had some conversations with Jen and DVET about getting access to the data that I think exists on the detailed data on visitor spending. So we also have another new faculty member whose expertise is taxation, optimal taxation, and he has a research plan that would estimate how visitors respond to changes in prices and changes in taxes. But by doing it by using all of the detailed data we have on spending, rather than what I did was just take total spending and say, what happens when the tax rate goes up? What happens to total spending, right? If you look at this in a much more finely, right? Look at all the trees, not just the forest. You can try and tease out. And because the question is, how big of an effect, how much will visitors reduce their spending or even reduce a trip if you impose, you know, $100 green fee or an additional PAT increase? So flat answer is we really don't know.
Okay.
We would like to know,
But in the last 10 years or even 20 years, we do see the increase in visitor spending, the component of hotel, on the room, the increase spending on the rooms. But if you look at the retail, spending on retail is actually flat. That's why when we see the visitor arrivals were booming, the retail store, they actually complain. They say they didn't feel the increase because of the hotel room.
well, if you have double-digit growth in one element in your vacation, right, and then you skip somewhere else. But the other factor is that many of these visitors been here 5 times, 10 times.
Yeah.
They don't have the same need to go out and do the retail shopping and excursions and things like that.
Senator Kim.
Thank you. Thank you. I have 3 questions, Dr. Bonham. First of all, the inflation rate. When the inflation rate comes down, as we talked about it, does that mean that it's reflected in the prices? Because all of the inflation here in Hawaii, you don't see the price changes at Zippy's for everything that went up, all the food costs that went up. So when, you know, and people have an idea like, oh, inflation's coming down, prices are coming down. But isn't the prices are going to stay at that inflated rate? It's just that it's not growing fast.
That's right. So for most goods, right, prices aren't falling. There have been categories where prices have fallen, like used cars, for example,
Right.
whose prices were extremely elevated during the pandemic. We have actually seen price declines there.
Because you made a comment to say they're getting more money and the
wages are
inflation's
going
coming
up.
down, but actually the more money is just paying for the inflation to maintain that inflation prices.
No, so if your wages go up faster than prices go up, then on net, you're better off, right? Now, but that doesn't mean, so you have to catch up from the previous high inflation.
Right.
If you look at, say, real average hourly earnings or real income in the state, it is above where it was in 1999, pre-pandemic. So we had this surge in inflation, and it was very painful. But we are better off than we were on average 3 years
Yeah,
ago.
but you tell the average person that.
No, I understand.
It doesn't compute, yes. Okay, also you talked about business expansion. But to me, what is happening is it's not so much business expanding, is we have a loss of business. We've had so many businesses close down, and some of these businesses we can't find workers. They just want to maintain what they have. So it's not even business growth. Right.
So I don't know if we actually, I don't know, maybe Eugene does, if we've actually seen a outright decline in the number of businesses. Because I mean, one of the things that happened during the pandemic is we actually saw a surge in new business formation. And this was true nationwide. I mean, these were people who probably lost their jobs in a restaurant and then, started making food from home and delivering it, all kinds of different types of business. So I don't know if it's literally the case that there are fewer businesses today. Yes, businesses that aren't even trying to expand are struggling to find
Just to
workers.
maintain,
Sure.
yeah, just to maintain. And they've cut down in hours, they've cut down and, making pies
And
for
it's,
Thanksgiving.
it's also mostly where you saw the biggest stresses during the pandemic, right? It's in food service and retail.
Right.
And, and actually you can think of almost every food establishment that you go into has changed the way they do business, right? They have fewer wait staff. They've automated in many ways. But like I said, we've lost almost 15,000 people from the labor force since 2019. And so that's just sort of, in my assessment, that's the world we're going to be living in for the foreseeable future as we continue the process of aging the population, and we struggle with in-migration because of housing, high costs, and the type of jobs that are available.
And finally, my last question is, you talked about tourism and that tourism isn't growing. You can see the growth, but the sentiment in the population here is they don't want to see tourism growing above the 10 million mark that we used to have. And so it's just a matter of what is our carrying capacity? Because is it that we want tourism to keep growing to go above that? Because that's when all the problems. So it's like,
Yeah,
do we
I'm
want to
certainly
just
not.
maintain a certain level and not want to have to grow? But it seems like we're saying, okay, tourism is not growing, therefore economy is not going to grow, and we want tourism to grow.
We would like to, I shouldn't say we, I think most people would agree you would like to see tourism spending grow.
Yeah.
Right,
I
the
don't
higher
think-
spending visitors.
I don't think very many people would agree that you'd like to see the number of bodies grow.
Correct.
Yeah.
But isn't that what we normally look at? How many visitors came in, this month?
Well, and that's something that we've tried to do in our reports is to focus more
Yeah.
on spending and less on the number of people. We have not done a great job over the last 20, 30
Oh, yeah.
years of growing spending without growing people. And that's sort of the challenge for the next.
But we is really HTA. So they have to figure out a strategy on how to do that. And when they present their budget, they have to explain it to us to justify the dollars. Because that's where we haven't gotten a strategy. We hear that goal, but there's no real strategy.
Yeah,
So
we
hopefully
built a
we can hear
convention
that.
Center to attract the business guy that comes in and don't impact all of our natural resources, right? And spend more money. But,
Yeah, but that's to me to some extent mitigated, unfortunately, with the boondoggle perception. So you have a lot of professional conventions don't want to come here, which is why I think the emerging industries is so critical. So as we can start to define Hawaii with all these other industries, the boondoggle hopefully gets a little bit dampened so that we can get a better business traveler.
thank you.
But that's where DBED and HTA have to present that, which I don't feel it's really been that strategic.
So that slide where I was talking about the fact that tourism growth is long-term, it's flat. That's the real spending number. The people number, of course, had been going up for an extended period of time. And the reason I show that is because when you go through these sharp contractions, right, whether it was Great Recession or pandemic or now a wildfire, then the growth rate numbers are enormous, right, coming out of it. And it makes people think that somehow or other this is this is a good thing.
Yeah.
Right, that this is
Yeah.
going to sustain the economy, but in fact, it's not. It's just sort of getting us back to
Yeah.
that whole
Short term.
time.
Yeah. But I think there's a lot of potential with especially the areas where we don't have a workforce with the superintendent's academy focus, hopefully with the community colleges that we're talking about and aligning all of this. Because if we don't have education and workforce aligned to what the industry needs are, we're just going to continue to have brain drain and we're going to have more immigration. So there's so much potential, but very little coordination. And so I think as we look from at every department when they present their budget, we're going to have to keep all of that in mind.
So I don't know if it's Eugene or Carl, in terms of the 15,000 that are exiting, do you have any demographics? I mean, age or who are they, so that we can see how we can keep them in terms of where the base growth or the emerging growth industries are? What can we do, in terms of the policy wise to keep them here?
Mm.
So, I mean, do you have any more specific?
You just got to go to Vegas to figure out who they are.
Yeah, we do have, we have done several reports to show demographics of the people moving out and the demographics of people coming in. Mostly is between the mainland US and Hawaii. We actually do see some changes. We have by age, gender, education, occupation, all these. But we do see some
Trends.
especially in the medical care field, I think there are more than half of
Okay,
our.
but if you don't have that information now, maybe if you can give it to us later.
Yeah, so I would email you the link.
That would be very good. Yes,
And so we can
we
see
can
who's
start
being
to-
out-migrated. Yeah.
thank you.
Senator Fabella.
You're talking about the tourism. I remember during the pandemic, it seems like everybody forget about the pandemic because we was going for quality tourists. As you're talking about the green fees, we might not have enough bodies. But we were talking about the high-end tourism, not the guys that come from the trailer parks and coming for the deals, come over here touching our seals, touching our dolphins, touching our whales. Those are the kind of tourists we don't want. We don't want those numbers. We don't want them to come back because that's not what we want here. So I don't know if we're still going to go in that direction on the quality of our tourism, bringing in tourists that have the money and have the quality of coming here and respecting our AINA, or we still going to giving them those backdoor deals that they can come over here and have the thrills and make number 2 in the ocean and then go back to wherever they came back from the continent. And then you guys talk about jobs. Before the pandemic, I mean, I don't know if you guys go out as much, but I do. They've been downsizing workforce before the pandemic. McDonald's, Walmart, Costco's, Target. Now I think Walmart don't even have a lane open. So it has nothing to do, we don't have the labor force. Maybe the labor force had left or changed trade. It's just the same thing like you're saying on the neighbor islands with them changing jobs, you don't know how much people left, whatever. Some of the guys on that unemployment probably went down in Maui because they probably ran out of unemployment. They never get an emergency extension. So those are the kinds of things that you gotta try to give us a little jest because we'll just say, oh, the unemployment went down because they found jobs. Some guys will move off Maui. What about the guys that never get the extension on their unemployment?
Yeah.
They can go to the continent and collect the unemployment, but if you run out of unemployment, you run out of unemployment. So where is the factors of the people that was on unemployment that didn't get extensions and how much of that is still on Maui that don't have an income moving forward besides the job trades?
So I don't think anybody who filed immediately after the fires on Maui would have run out of benefits at this point. We haven't, right? Wasn't that long ago. I'm reasonably certain that no one is being picked off the unemployment rolls because of a time limitation at this point. I don't recall what
6 months, depending on the job you had.
so we're getting there,
Yeah.
but it's not there yet.
What about the jobs? Are you talking about the jobs with automation and all that? But what about those jobs?
So it's, it's both sides, two sides to the same coin.
Right.
There are fewer people in Hawaii, period. There are fewer people in the workforce, period. So businesses are going to try to automate to deal with the fact that they can't find the workers. That's one piece of it. And at the same time, businesses looking to cut costs and figure out how to do everything more cheaply might also be eliminating jobs, which is contributing to somebody moving to Vegas, right? It's two sides to the same coin.
You know, and the other understand what I said. This is before the lack of workforce in Hawaii.
No, what I'm saying is this has been going on for, if you go back to 2018, 2019, I'm saying that where we are right now looks very much like what it did in 2018 to 2019 in terms of the lack of available workers.
Senator Kidani.
Thank you. I'm curious as to whether or not the counties have the same information that you provide us, or do you send them this information?
So we certainly send all the mayors, all the county councils our reports, and I think we're meeting with the Maui Recovery Task Force later this week, and I meet with Big Island Mayor and met with Maui Mayor Bisson and others in the last month.
Thank you.
Okay.
And actually, we do a report once a year for Hawai'i County.
You know, in the past, when we did Ways and Means site visits to neighbor islands, we have had conversations with mayors asking them where do they see their top 3 industries as far as growth. I don't know how many of them actually see that could be part of their role. And so where do they put in the county infrastructure and investment? Because if we know where they're going, then we can help either match or move things along. But we haven't had that real conversation with the counties at that level as to when we look at the emerging markets, where we should be putting dollars.
Yeah, the emerging report we do every year, it is, we have analysis by each company, each bank company.
Yeah, it's almost organic though. I don't think there's that much investment going into the county or from the county.
I think we'll be releasing a report sometime in the next several months. 2 months on sort of a data-driven approach to understanding where some opportunities are for diversification, right? By comparing Hawaii's industrial structure down at the county level with industrial structure in the entire country, sort of looking at what's missing.
Yeah.
And then asking the question, why is it missing?
Yeah.
And just add to.
Senator Wakai.
You know, we've had this longstanding discussion and desire for getting more visitor spending with fewer visitors. But correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Tian, that's exactly what you showed us, right? We have fewer visitors today, 90% or so of what we had in 2019. But if I recall your statistics, we went from $18 billion in spending in 2019 to $21 billion in spending. So we're actually getting more spend with fewer bodies here.
That's correct. That's, we have, if you look at the spending per capita, yes, we have increase.
Per person per day spending for US visitors is now as high as per person per day spending for Japanese visitors because of all the price increases. So you're right, we have accomplished that.
Right. So when we go back to HTA, where government plays a role in all of this, they've actually done a good job. If we were to put the successes and the pitfalls of tourism on HTA, they should be relishing in the fact that they got us exactly what lawmakers have expected them to deliver to us.
They probably should be advertising that fact and taking the credit, even though the credit is really the pandemic.
After
Right, but they take the hit when it's not their fault as well. But if we're actually more strategic, because much of the spending increase is due to the hotels. And we all know that the hotels, none of them are locally owned. So we're really actually enriching the hedge funds and investment corporations that own all of the hotels. Wouldn't it be smart if DBED or UHERO cut I don't know if you can, cut out the hotel segment and find out what exactly is the local impact. How much are these visitors spending in local local restaurants, in local retail establishments? That would give us a better indication as to what the local impact of tourism is versus this kind of grandiose thing. And ultimately, we're helping Wall Street through the hotel investments make money off of Hawaii tourism.
Yes.
Can we do that?
I think we can, assuming we can get the data. But you have to remember that even for a hotel that's owned by, take your pick of the corporation, the vast majority of their expenses are in their labor bill. And that's local spending, right? It's only the profit share for that goes back into the stock market that isn't necessarily directly impacting the life.
But its room rates have gone up. I don't think the employment wages have gone up in that same at that same pace.
Certainly not over just that short window. That's right.
And the added fees they've added, right? Environmental fee.
Dr. Bonham, I want to ask you about the workforce, because you mentioned many have retired, maybe some have migrated out, but you didn't talk about gig workers, because I get the sense that a lot of people just kind of disappeared into driving people around or delivering food to people's homes. How much of an impact are the gig economy to our lack of labor force?
I mean, I think that's certainly a piece of it. I couldn't tell you the exact numbers. I think that there's 5 or 6 other reasons. For example, challenges with childcare, challenges with people who are still dealing with health issues, long COVID. There's pretty good evidence that, I mean, the number of people who are probably still dealing with long COVID, and that impact on the labor, because it would result in reduced labor force participation. All of those would come into play. Our labor force participation rate in Hawaii right now is about 1 percentage point below where it was pre-pandemic. If it just got back to nationally, the labor force participation rate has recovered. In Hawaii, like I said, we're still about a percentage point below, and probably that's a combination of things like childcare, like health issues, age, but that 1 percentage point is about 15,000 people, right? That would get us a long ways towards being almost recovered if we pull those people back into the labor force. The gig workers show up in the employment data. They don't show up in the payroll jobs data. And so in that graph where I had the US and then I had employment and I had payroll jobs was the lowest, right? Because I think many people haven't gotten their second job back, or they've transitioned, as you said, to gig workers. So they're showing up in the household employment data, and that's maybe a percentage point below pre-pandemic levels, whereas the payroll jobs are more like 3 percentage points below.
Sorry, one last question for Dr. Tian. When you talk about the emerging industries, you talked about renewable energy, creative industries, film, tourism. In all of those segments, they all take state resources. Either they want an outright grant for films, tourism, they want money for marketing. How much of a role does government have in promoting various industries? If government just kind of release itself from paying into funding marketing, funding grants and technology and what have you, would the industries kind of grow on their own, or does it necessitate the state pulling the levers to help grow industries?
Yeah, I think the emerging industry, there are a few of them with the government assistance. For example, tax credit, renewable energy is one of them, and film tax credit is another one. Then we also have the technology tax credit. It's called research activity tax credit. Those ones, I believe, tax credit help those industries to emerge or to grow. But for the impact of government, we only did one study on film. So we did one called film tax credit cost and benefit analysis. It did show that from statewide, we looked at the BNF. From BNF point of view, we lose money because we spend 50 million, and the BNF in terms of taxation we get less. We get about say 30 million. So we lost about 20 million. But if you look at where the money goes, the money, we have some leakage about 28%, but a majority of them will be still stay in the state as the income of the household. So overall, it's still beneficial to the state in terms of GDP, income, and also employment.
With the same can be said about tourism, right? We look at going back to comparing film and tourism. We spent $50 million on film to create a $500 million industry. We spent $60 million on tourism to create a $21 billion industry. So where is the state's resources? Where should it be put? Into tourism or into film?
So can I ask Stephen to jump in on that?
Yeah, use that mic.
That's expertise.
So I'm Stephen Bondsmith. I'm an assistant professor at UHERO, and I've been doing some work around diversification. On your specific question, you've got to compare what the counterfactual is that if that money wasn't coming in. If that money wasn't coming in, Hawaii would still have a really multi-billion-dollar tourism industry, but it wouldn't necessarily have a $500 million film industry. So in terms of value for money, you might actually be getting more value for money from that support for film than you would for something else. The critical thing that I would emphasize for film is when you have this, every state, every region sort of offers tax credits for film. And when you have this kind of tax competition between places, the film company just goes to the place that gives them the best tax credit. And those films move around very easily between places. The films that you actually get the most money, the most value for money for would be the ones that would want to choose Hawaii regardless of the kind of tax credit that they get. And that way, when you give them some kind of credit, sometimes support to get them started, they're not playing that tax credit game of which state's going to offer me the best suite.
Do you have information as to how the film industry impacts the hotel industry, the spending, jobs, specific outside of the tourism component?
I don't have anything specific.
That's in the study that you
Yeah,
did.
our report does have that by industry, which industry impacted more. I think the main concentration for tourism and the film, I think it is the main difference is one is traditional, one is emerging or diversified.
So how many jobs were created by the film industry?
The film industry, if you look at it, there is a lot of seasonal or part-time jobs, most of them, I would say. So if you look at it, the total jobs is more than 20,000.
Okay.
So, the interesting thing about film is really asking the kind of question that Stephen is working on in his research is, what do we think the film industry ought to look like in Hawaii, given the overall structure of our economy? And let's say we thought that it should be much more vibrant, larger. What is it that's missing, right? So would having a production facility
Actually make a difference.
would that be the impetus that really allow more, say, post-production work to happen in Hawaii instead of just coming here and filming our beautiful scenery and then having the high value jobs go back to LA. LA is the hub, and that's where all the talent is and things like that. The question is there something that could happen that isn't necessarily convention center, but something small public investment that could make a difference?
Yeah, but we're almost in way too deep. We did the Academy at West Oahu. We have Sea Riders Productions. So at what point do you say, oh, we're not going to really grow the industry, but we'll put we keep spending on all these other things, even forget the tax credit. You used to have all these, and then when they graduate from UH West Oahu or Sea Riders, there's no job.
Yeah.
And so I find that that's the case with many things that we're doing, where it's somebody has an idea, but there's no real industry.
So the story that I tell about Hawaii is that it's this small, very open economy And small local economies tend to become very
Wait, is this a real story or a fake story?
It's a real story. So I'm from New Zealand, and I tell
Yeah.
a very similar story in New Zealand and in Western Australia as well, a narrative of how their economies have become so specialized. Because they're relatively small and very open, so Hawaii is as open as you can possibly get, having full integration with the United States. It means that we end up specializing in an industry where we can get scale. And that's only going to be in one thing. And
So
that's what
far.
ends up being tourism. In the past, it's been plantation agriculture or something else before that. And you end up with scale in that one industry, and any other industry has real difficulty getting established because it doesn't have scale yet. So even if you had several people that are all graduated and have new ideas for new businesses, they can't get started because the size of the industry isn't big enough to benefit from things like labor market pooling and the knowledge spillovers that occur between
Yeah.
firms and these sort of
Yeah.
benefits. So they end up going to a larger diversified economy like California, where they have those kinds of connections to start those businesses. And even when a business does start here at a very early stage in its development, it leaves very quickly to go to those sort of more
Yeah,
suitable locations for those.
but you can take that
The exception
example.
for that is tourism, right? So businesses that start in tourism can stay here and we end up just remaining in tourism. So we specialize in tourism, and that can create significant growth. And if you look at the historic chart in the 70s and 80s, there was massive growth in Hawaii, and we had GDP per capita that was 27% higher than the US. In real GDP per capita was 27% higher than the US in 1990. But since then, spending's been completely flat, and growth in Hawaii has been, real growth per capita has been 0.5% compared to about 1.5% in the US. So we've gone from being 27% ahead of the US to 7% behind.
Yeah.
Because we are so specialized.
I just want to keep the main thing though.
But there
I
is-
mean, I know you're excited to share all the information, but I think the bottom line for us is what do we invest in so that we can make sense of the education, the investments.
So
Because you're not gonna, it doesn't, that story of film, people moving to California for spillover effect and all that, I get that, but that doesn't happen in ag. That doesn't happen in some other industries that we want to grow.
It happens in tech. It happens in all of these industries except for tourism. The interesting thing is that, and so this is the problem with just putting funding into any kind of industry that we think is a fashionable thing to invest in, is that when you go and invest in, say, clean energy, like we had Volta, right, the electric car company, right, electric charging company that moved from Hawaii. There's nothing left in Hawaii anymore. That taxpayer spending in Hawaii doesn't get to remain in Hawaii. It benefits jobs that are created somewhere else.
Yeah.
So we need to, the way that economies, these sort of small specialized economies tend to diversify is very different from other places. And they tend to diversify by moving into related industries. So they branch out from your existing strengths, and our strengths in tourism, historically in agriculture, and rather than something that's completely different. So I'm doing some research at the moment to look at what these sort of industries are and what the clusters of both our existing strengths and opportunity are. And everywhere tourism shows up, interestingly for Honolulu, you see a cluster around education and knowledge creation. So this is R&D and universities. There is also a food manufacturing and meat processing cluster that has potential on Oahu that shows up. Even though it seems very small when you look at the size of those industries, that's where the opportunities are, because it's related to the things that we're already good at. That's being drawn from the data.
Yeah, but part of it is what does government invest in and what do we allow to be organic? And so that's where we have to be a lot more strategic. I mean, I totally agree with Yuhiro's approach on the clustering,
So,
because if you don't cluster, how are you going to achieve critical mass and the synergies?
so I have two suggestions for this. One is about clustering to figure out what the clusters of strengths and opportunities.
Yeah,
are.
regional
And
economic
make sure that all the
development.
conditions are right for those. And one of those being tourism, but there'll also be other things around knowledge
Yeah.
creation and so on. The other one is to look at industries that you would expect to see here, but aren't. So I'm doing some analysis right now to look at how often do you see pairs of industries together across the whole country? And then if we look at counties in Hawaii, how often do you see just one of that pair and not the other? And if you see cases like that, what it means is that the conditions are really bright for both of those industries, but there's something that's holding that other one back in Hawaii. And so we can come up with a short list of very specific industries that you would expect to see in Hawaii that are relatively weak. And then it's about going and talking to people that are in those industries and finding out what specifically is holding them back and why the market can't sort that out on its own. So it's really important that whatever public funding is spent is to do something that the market wouldn't be able to do by itself.
Yeah.
And then you can design a policy
Yeah.
around that that says,
Yeah,
Like the food processing plant.
no,
we
yeah,
want to fund new industries, we want to know what's the problem there. And it
Yeah.
might be some coordination problem of establishing a large scale food processing plant that no individual farmer can coordinate with that investment. So the government can co-invest, they could even take an equity stake in it to get it established, they can get that out later on. And potentially even make money of it. There are examples of these types
yeah,
of
so I think,
policies as well.
I think we all buy into that. We need the departments to propose that.
I think the proposals,
So-
the proposals come actually from the private sector. They come from people.
No, well,
in the economy.
DBED should be working with the private sector and jointly coming in to propose some of these things.
What I think needs to be.
Yeah,
If there needs to be some sort of sweetener that these proposals get revealed on their own, because people keep this information
Okay.
private to themselves rather than revealing it unless they have an incentive like a grant or something.
I just have one more question for Gene. Can you give us more granular data on the emerging industry groups? So just as he's saying, that we can see what specifically are the kinds of things that we can grow and what can we invest in? What are the low hanging fruit in terms of what we can invest in so that it does have an industry at the tail end of the training that we want to see?
So one follow-up, if I may, so Senator Delicruz was talking earlier about lack of coordination and one of the things that, you know, we do over time is we invest in certain projects and then 5 years later, 10 years later, you go back and look, you realize nothing happened.
yeah,
Right, and then from some of the writings that Stephen has done, there's always a focus on sort of transparency and following up, and the things that aren't working, you stop doing, right? But we have a tendency not to stop doing,
Yeah.
we just keep doing them year after
Exactly.
year. And so having, you know, that sort of system of monitoring and evaluating whether your economic development strategy is working.
yeah.
Needs to be an ongoing process.
Because that's how the budgets come in as a base budget, right? We don't go back to the base budget to say, well, did those programs work? So I hear what you're saying, but I think you got to familiarize yourself a little bit with the legislative process in that the administration is supposed to propose. It's that's their budget. And then when it gets to us, then we'll review it and make amendments.
And part of this this policy is that when proposals come in, you would also propose what are the measures of success, and then you
Yeah.
monitor that over the next
Yeah.
years and months. And
So
should
we're
not
finding
be-
that when we do WAM site visits, what happened?
Yeah.
What happened? I mean, why are we still importing that many orchids from Thailand versus us growing it ourselves in Hilo? With CTAR there, with pea bark there, with all these things, yet there's no new industry. You know, we went to see Barking Sands. Barking Sands says they have all these job openings, they can't hire anybody. So there's lots of disconnect with what's going on, but lots of potential. Any other questions?
Sure. Oh, sorry. I guess, Dr. Bonham, you know, what I'd really like to see is, because you said you didn't do a study on the increasing of tax rates relatively recently, right? I'd like to see an update of that study to see, basically, you know, because we've increased the TAT so much, we've added our car rental surcharge. What is the ripple down effect? Maybe it's nothing, and we need to know that too. But I think, is there room for us to grow in terms of taxation? I think that would be very interesting to really understand, because I think there's a lot of proposals that keep adding, but there must be a tipping point at some point,
No,
or maybe
exactly.
there's not, right?
Yeah.
So I think that would be a very interesting study.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We are very interested in doing that, and the challenge is getting the data that we need.
Yeah.
Centrally.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just one quick thing. I know this is a long ways out and it's probably not gonna have much impact, but the Hawaii and Alaska situation, did that at all enter your consciousness here?
So that hasn't shown up so we haven't done anything to our analysis or our forecast to
Okay.
take that into account at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? I'm just checking if other members not here, they have questions. Okay, if not, what we'll probably do, because we still have the administrative financial plan, revenue collections from DOTAX, and then us reviewing their budgets. So why don't we take, it's up to the committee. You want a short lunch break or an hour? What do you want? 30 minutes or an hour?
Sure.
Okay, why don't we take a 30-minute recess? Here, reconvening Ways and Means. Now we're going to hear from the Director of Budget and Finance on the administrative financial plan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair De La Cruz, Vice Chair Moriwaki, members, and Happy New Year to all of you.
Happy New Year.
It's my pleasure to present to you, and you have in front of you a copy of the state's and the administration's 6-year financial plan. With your indulgence, I'll keep it to the salient points and really summarize specifically in the areas of how the financial plan addresses the 2003 wildfire response and recovery efforts, the Green Administration priorities, and some of the significant budget and fiscal considerations that was done in putting together the financial plan. The financial plan before you is much different than the one that was presented almost a year ago. You know, coming out of the pandemic, our state, like many other states, we were looking at significant revenue growth and treasuries with large balances due primarily to an influx of federal dollars. And that was happening nationally, really, in every state. You know, a year later, after significant downward projections in revenue growth, rising interest rates, a disaster, you know, the financial picture is less optimistic with significant and weighty considerations that must be factored into the plan. However, despite the headwinds that the state is facing at this time, our state is prepared to manage the situation, and the financial plan in front of you illustrates how to maintain the financial plan in what we deem a structural balance. As you can see, the financial plan has set aside $600 million to cover state expenses related to the 2023 wildfire. In the current year that we're in right now, fiscal year 24, we did reallocate $200 million from existing operating budgets to the Major Disaster Fund. In the upcoming fiscal year, there's approximately $14 million in the upcoming governor's budget that's being requested by several departments specifically for the wildfire disaster, and approximately $186 million that's being proposed to be set aside to further infuse the Major Disaster Fund and cover other types of expenses related to the Lahaina wildfire. And for the next biennium, we are factoring in approximately $100 million each one of the fiscal years, again, to cover expenses related to the ongoing recovery efforts. So as you can see, the next 4 years, the financial plan for the state factors in approximately $600 million of expenses related to the Lahaina wildfire disaster. With regards to the Green Administration's priorities for the upcoming supplemental budget, departments were asked to prioritize housing homelessness, cost of living affordability, and the healthcare of our residents and the environment. Overall, the supplemental budget adds approximately $327 million in general funds to the budget for fiscal year FY25 and $1.3 billion for all means of financing. We're also factoring in the next phase of the green affordability in the financial plan. These proposals would be part of the governor's legislative bill package, and these include the introduction of the child care tax credit and indexing the tax code to inflation. The cost projected for this first year of the Green Affordability Plan Phase 2 is approximately $58 million and grows to between $75 to $100 million in future years. The financial plan is also structured in a way to maintain adequate reserves and liquidity to address the expenses and fluctuations in revenue growth projections. We are meeting our current reserve policy of 15% hard reserves and 5% ending balances. And this condition really allows the state to maintain its strong credit quality as well as its borrowing capacity, as was evidenced in our most recent bond sale that we issued and conducted in early December of 2023. It should be noted, though, that because there's been an ending balance exceeding 5% of general fund revenues for the last 2 years, there will be a requirement for the constitutional provision, which would either include an infusion into the budget reserves, a pay down of long-term liabilities, or a tax rebate. You know, the direction and the amount of the constitutional provision is yet to be determined at this point in time, and it is something that we could work on together as the session progresses and as the financial picture continues to unfold, as the Council on Revenues will be meeting in about a week's time on January 8th.
Do you have a range
Of,
best guess?
I'd say
I mean, for now, it's just a moment in time.
a
This is
moment
not
in time, I would say between 2 to 2.5% that they would be going from.
No, I'm talking about how much we would have to provide either tax relief, tax credit, or
Oh, I mean, it could be anything depending on what the ending balance is. I mean, we have the state.
you know,
has in
that's
the
what,
past-
what's your best guess for that?
The best guess right now would be a small infusion into the emergency budget and reserve fund just to meet the constitution.
Yeah, so the range of how much?
Maybe 50 million, maybe. Mhm. Yeah, and remember, this constitutional provision was included in the Constitution at 5% when revenues were a lot smaller and expenses were a lot smaller. So a lot has changed since then, and it's just something that we deal with because it's in the Constitution.
Yeah,
So, you know, there are several factors that is affecting the financial plan. You know, these also include additional disaster-related expenses that are not currently factored in. The need for further liquidity in the Treasury in the event of our working with the federal government with regards to the way that we get reimbursements or the way they start billing us. We also have upcoming collective bargaining agreement that we need to address in FY25. And then include in there federal uncertainty, the upcoming election in 2024, national and international concerns that could all impact Hawaii's economy and change our trajectory of revenue growth. So these are the factors that, you know, again, maintaining a structural balance in the financial plan and maintaining those hard reserves as well as that 5% carryover is something that, again, continues to push forward and makes us a pretty good credit quality as a state. So overall, our approach to the financial plan was relatively simple. You know, the first one was to make it out of this biennium. Given the significant changes and a lot of the noise that happened in the revenue forecast over the past year, getting out of this current biennium where we can get onto a trajectory with better forecasting without the significant amount of fluctuation will allow for the state, the admin, the legislature, and everybody to really be mindful and plan for these plan for expenses and operating budgets going forward. We want to maintain the state's liquidity position and maintain our high credit quality, maintain our strong reserves that we have right now, and try to anticipate as much as we can future expenses. I know that there are a couple of things that are looming that are not included in the financial plan that deal with current arbitration or potentially lawsuits against the state, but these things we just don't have a factor or a number that we could even guess at this point in time.
what about on page 17?
Page 7.
The paragraph, additionally, the expenditure section reflects various emergency and see that paragraph?
Yes, so
You mentioned bills. In terms of specific appropriation bills, there will be appropriation requests to implement proposed legislation. So is that included in the financial plan?
yeah, well, those will allow us, yes. So what we're doing is we're asking for an infusion into the major disaster. We're asking for flexibility of putting money into budget and finance in order to infuse the major disaster fund should that need arise.
Okay, so that's for the summer electronic benefit transfer program, statewide air ambulance program.
Oh, those are actual EAs that have been requested by the administration, and the departments would be better to explain the emergency appropriations as they're coming in. But there was an emergency appropriation.
So how much does that total right there in all EAs?
We're doing 26 million for DOE air ambulance. The rest are for 25. We'll get that information
Okay.
to you. Yeah, but there are some small EAs.
And that's all calculated in your.
That is all factored into the financial plan. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then on let's see. On page 16, the very last sentence, which is kind of interesting, $10 million increase in annual cap for motion picture. But
Yes.
based on the conversation we just had, it seems like the $10 million is worth going back into infrastructure or facilities.
I think that was something the department did request a higher amount in an increase in the film production tax credit. That was something that got addressed and was put into the financial plan
Yeah.
later on down the line. But obviously, given the conversation that happened today, I mean, everything is up for.
Yeah, when was the last time the tax credit was audited?
I don't have that information. I think DVED would have the most recent information. I think they did I want to say they did a legislative audit. The legislative auditor did an audit back in I would say like 26.
No, don't guess. Don't guess.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Okay. Because before we consider something with that amount, you would want to see some type of audit.
Yeah.
On the effectiveness and all of that stuff.
Sure. Yes. We're currently the where we are with the cap or with the tax credit. The tax credit is at an amount of $25 million per year right now, capped.
Okay. And then I notice on page 10, your first sentence, include requests to convert unbudgeted positions to budgeted positions. So
Yes,
how many?
I don't have the exact number for the entire whatchamacallit, but what we normally do in our budget prep process is we ask for departments to take unbudgeted positions and put in a request for them. So I'd have
even if they have vacancies.
Well, the instructions that went out to the departments would be to use their existing vacancies and trade off transfer into those unbudgeted positions.
Oh, okay. So that's how you're going to approach these new budgeted positions.
Yes, I can't say I've been extremely successful with that whole thing, but that is the position that we're taking, and we're constantly working with the departments to address overall significant vacancies that exist within city government right now.
Yeah, I mean, even from the last presentation, we're having a difficult time hiring.
Yes, we
And
are.
so how do we justify adding new positions at the lower salaries and the existing position with the lower salary versus just increasing the existing positions to a higher salary to recruit?
I think that there is definitely a relook at the state's workforce and the criteria, and we are due for some kind of paradigm shift in terms of the way that we compensate government employees.
So do you have a list of all the departments? Vacant position?
We have,
requests?
yeah, we have that. Yeah.
We do. We have.
And how long they've been vacant?
There is an
Yeah.
aging inside there. And as a department, I mean, I can talk about some of the
Well,
challenges.
when we go into each department, there were about how many tables? 20 tables? 22 tables that each department had to complete. And so in that table,
Yeah.
department by department, we'll be able to see
Mm-hmm.
a Excel sheet of the positions, the salary, how long they were vacant, how many times they went out for recruitment.
Yeah.
So
And-
we can look at it
Yes.
individually.
No, absolutely. And I think, again, it's part of a larger conversation, Senator, to your point. I mean, everything in terms of like putting together a list in order to fill a vacancies, minimum requirements, all of the different things that somebody would even have to get through, the hurdles that they would have to cross in order to get on the list are some of the challenges and part of the paradigm shift that probably needs to be looked at.
Are you working with HRD in terms of some of the paradigm shift that we can?
Well, they hear me complain a lot about it.
They hear us complain about a lot about it.
To develop a, better way to assist the departments in
Yeah.
upgrading positions.
Well, lots of businesses have gotten rid of the bachelor's requirement to at least for the, more entry-level positions and some other
Sure.
positions.
Or creating a career ladder.
Yeah, a
for
certificate
example.
program, utilizing the AA program at
Yeah.
community college.
Even in our department within budget and finance, and I know Neil's behind me and stuff like that. And, we had to convince him we can't hire at the program budget analyst 3 and 4 position. We got to bring people in lower at the 1 and stuff. And so he threatened to retire.
Yeah, I heard that thread before.
No, but actually now that we have made those changes, I mean, even our department, we're looking to do a kind of a big kind of hiring cohort probably within the next couple of months. So we are trying to make those changes. It does create some additional work for existing staff because you have to bring
Yeah,
them.
it's the long term. The long term, I think it's better.
And the long term
Yeah.
is to create that career ladder, right?
Yeah.
You don't come in at a PBA 4 or 5 level. You come in at a 1 and then you work your way up. You work your way up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so Senator Vice Chair, to your point, I mean, I am working with DHERD. I am working with Brenna, and I'm constantly querying her. I was like, what is going to be our strategy to address government workforce in that forward? So they do hear me talk about it a lot, and I do tell that to all of the departments, as well as, even these budget instructions. I basically said, you're not going to ask for the instructions that went out said, don't ask for new positions if you're not going to trade off transfer a vacant position that has been vacant for a long time.
Well, that doesn't mean they listen.
That
Yeah.
doesn't mean that they
But
listen.
in terms of looking at the comparables, so what we're losing people to whether the city or to the private sector. So looking at compensation, raising that in concert with.
Yeah, but we're talking to the wrong director for that.
Nobody has to.
I mean, it's a significant, and I know, Director Suganuma will be here afterwards, and some of the challenge that we're having, especially with IT related positions, and keeping those and maintaining and maintaining those types of employees,
Yeah.
recruiting those types of employees.
Well, most of the pay differential amounts have come through the legislative process, not necessarily the admin one.
I agree, and I think that is something that we definitely need to work together on in terms of looking at an overall, strategy with regards to the number of FTEs that government.
I mean,
maintains to
AG,
compensate.
we gave pay differential, IT, SHIFT, we gave pay differential. We tried to find, especially when we see the list of unfilled positions.
Yeah.
And yeah. Yeah.
I'll just give a quick question. So I know you're talking about the positions and you're telling the departments to give you, even the departments that now have nothing funding, like positions that are not funding. By asking that, I mean, I don't know, you just, like you said, if they're gonna listen, but what can we do to curve that? Because, they never fill up 150 positions, but then they create 2 more positions on top of the positions that they never fill. So as legislators, I mean, I don't know, what can we do to stop that? Every single year since I've been here, Senator Kim been showing everybody about the university, how much people not filled and the positions. Same like Senator De La Cruz just said. So if we cannot fill them because of the pay, why don't we offset that instead of keep putting money into the budget for those 150 positions, but we only can probably fill 50 if we adjust the pay, exactly what Senator De La Cruz said.
And to your point, I think that is something that we want to get to, Senator. There are other situations, there are collective bargaining issues and all of the different things that do need to address.
Yeah, but I think you guys need to project at what point is there a real crisis? Because we have to be ahead of the crisis. So,
Yes.
because we're just continuing to go down this trend, and at some point it's going to be extremely detrimental. And I think some of us feel that it already is. So,
yeah,
You just have to make sure you get ahead of what the train wreck.
Absolutely, 100%.
What I'm saying is, okay, I understand that, but what Senator De La Cruz was just telling you, you can ask, but they're not gonna comply. So how can we as lawmakers or legislators making these departments thinking that they have to comply to you? I mean, you're not just going out there hot air and you're gonna be mad and ranting and raging and then nothing being done. I've been here 5 years. I still hear the same thing. I don't want to be here for 25 years if I'm blessed to hear the same thing. So I'm just saying, like how you said, the crisis is a crisis, right? We're in a position that we're paying people at the university, their pension and everything, and all this kind of stuff. It's just, when is it going to be enough? That's what I'm thinking. So what bite do you need besides false teeth?
It's a good question that I would have to really contemplate and think about. And
Right.
again, and it encompasses not just my role,
Yes.
but several other people.
Say no to all the stuff and we can go back and redo some of the positions, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he's not the last say.
Oh, I know.
So there's an appeal process.
There's a house.
No, the admin budget.
No, I know.
Yeah, and then you still have to have the House agree. Yeah.
Can-
Yeah, go ahead.
So, you had 28.6 million to support UH. You didn't go into it in detail, so. In the finance budget.
Yes, they did. You mean in the upcoming supplemental budget? Yes, they did ask for additional money to increase some of the money that's going into the healthcare workforce related issues, as well as some other things. I'm sorry, I don't have the details with me right now. And then a couple of ones were to reinstate some of the reductions that were made that we used the infusion from the Section 5 proviso in this year to continue that going forward into FY25.
So no priorities for student housing, for student maintenance, maintaining those facilities.
They did ask for, they do have some CIP inside there, but they would be in the best.
So you just did lump sum. You didn't go and actually ask for the details of the 26 they're asking for.
We have some of the, I guess, overarching, need
Themes,
areas, but nothing specifically.
Okay.
Again, I would defer to them to give you the details.
And then one more question. So you have what, 365 million for lapses? Is that the correct number that I saw? Is that the all DOE stuff?
No,
Or is
there
there
are
others?
there are some other lapses and there's some netting in overall amounts because we did there was some departmental lapses. Yeah. Oh, here it is.
So 347.3 million in lapses. Those are all, what was the DOE amount of lapse? That-
The DOE amount was approximately 465.
Okay,
yeah.
so you pared that down.
Uh,
There's others from departments, so do we have a better breakdown on what those lapses are?
we'll get you the breakdown of those lapses soon. Yeah.
And again, what is the strategy on this? Because if these projects are needed, we're gonna lapse it and then try to fund it the following year. It doesn't make sense that we're gonna fund new stuff and let the others that have started go by the wayside. Does it make any sense?
Yeah, I think that there are some questions that need to be answered with regards to throughput and the completion of capital projects going forward, Senator. And again, I'm happy to work with you guys as well as the departments that do execute on capital projects, because not every department does. Like we don't have capital projects, right? In our department. But
He's like, thank God.
but yes, those departments that do have construction and management responsibility.
The reason why for me, I'm concerned for my district, I'll tell you why. Campbell High School is 3,200 students, right? We getting sued for gender equity. Yeah, a lot of money is being played around, taking money here and there. But we have elementary schools now, and high schools, couple A, they call them couple A, but it's actually Ever Beach High School across. They're gonna be ready in January, February to build. The elementary school on Hawai'i, Ever Beach, been ready for 3 years. We now are looking at funding that I see in the forecast that we need 2 more portables at Ever Elementary for the overflow of Hawai'i. So you see what I'm saying? So we're talking about lapsing money and here and there, but wow, what is the thing never happened overnight. So 3 years of that being ready to build, Campbell High School falling apart, whatever. And we know we're plenty of other schools, but reason why is because I work hard to try to get this funding. And I understand, don't get me no wrong, I don't feel anything that we shouldn't be happy. But are we looking at every else avenue besides depending on the state to do something that the federal should be chipping in for Lahaina? Not peanuts. Make believe we're in foreign country and maybe we're gonna get in foreign country aid. Because everybody here work hard for these CIPs. Now I gotta go back, they gotta go back and tell their community why we're not gonna have the locker room for the boys and girls at Campbell because we're gonna take money away. So the other question is, I know you said 200 million. Where did the 200 million the administration saying that they're putting back in? Where did that money come from?
The 200 million from
the administration.
From the DOE cuts.
Well, there was again, it originally started off in preparation of when the budget was being prepared. The proposed lapse amount was above 600. It was close to 650. And then after a couple of changes and last minute kind of adjustments that were made, the number did go down to 450.
Okay, so the question that I'm asking is, okay, for the Lahaina situation, you said that they're saying the administration put in 200 million
Is it?
Oh,
Wait, yeah,
That's not CIP.
that's cash.
That's cash that's going to, a lot of that, Senator, is to pay for the state share for a lot of federal aid that's going to be coming in. I mean, if you think about what the, again, anecdotal,
But not all, right? Because you still have
Yeah.
the $1 million settlement
there's a
per
couple of different things, but
applicant. Yeah.
a big chunk of that is really going to be for, again, to pay for our share of expenses that are going to be coming in conjunction with the federal government too as well. But then there are going to be other expenses, and then there's going to be expenses that are currently happening right now that don't qualify for FEMA reimbursements, undocumented or COFAs and stuff like that. And some of the expenses that will be going forward that needs to be addressed and will not be cost shared, but it is kind of being part of that overall 600 million that's being set aside over the next 4 years.
Earlier part, sorry to mix you all up with the CIPs. Earlier part, you guys talked about the administration putting in, reason why I want to stay straight on what I'm getting at is because I know we had appropriate here during the legislation that we put money in. We gave the governor $200 million for climate change. Now, if that's not a need for use it for the Lahaina, I'd like to know what would be.
Or it was broad, right?
Yeah,
It was
It
broad.
was broad.
Yeah, it was
yeah,
broad.
yeah, it was broad.
Oh,
So, but you could still use, it was broad enough to still be used for Lahaina, right?
Yeah, and of the 200 million from the Section 5 money, we did use 30 million of that for Lahaina, actually.
Jules, just to build on that, in terms of our appropriation to the administration, after that, there is, the departments come, what is the process, the department in terms of release and in terms of
Yeah.
actually getting into the budget of the department?
Okay, so there's several processes. At the beginning of the fiscal year, Senator, what we do is we set up essentially a draft operational expenditure plan for the departments. We call them the dummy A15s. This is just the initial allotment of money. And then what happens is the departments, we do the allotments from the appropriations. Legislature appropriates, executive allots. We do the allotments from them, and then departments will prepare their quarterly operational expenditure plan for the year based upon how much they've been allotted. And so that usually comes in probably around the beginning of the second quarter of the
So
fiscal
is
year.
that for specific projects or
No.
you're saying just an
No.
allot?
No,
So-
that's the whole
No,
allotment.
so if they allot DOE 100 million for the first quarter,
Yeah.
then DOE prioritizes the $100 million worth of projects that they're going to
Yeah, the detail that we
proceed
have.
with. But you still got to get the release.
You still got to get the release. So normally in the very beginning of the year, to start the fiscal year, we do kind of a blanket release, which, we want the departments to go inside there and really kind of take a look at what the legislature appropriated, what their needs are going to be, anything that has changed. We do apply the restriction amount that we do. So we don't release all of the money, 100% of the money at the beginning.
Well,
of the
you won't
year.
have it all.
Yeah.
I mean,
And so what we do is again, there's a process around which we distribute the money to the departments, but the departments are still responsible. The details of which what we get in the operational expenditure plan is just a breakdown between how much they're going to be spending in 10, which is personnel costs, 20, which is OCE, operational expenditure, operating expenses that are non-payroll related. So we get that breakdown between those two.
but specifically for the CIP, once you give them the allotment and they get the release, then
Okay.
it's up to them.
Then it's up to them. Yeah.
So you can release all of this, but in specific projects, let's say in DOE, which had a lot of specific projects.
Yep.
How does that work?
No, what's the
Yeah.
release process? Why don't we
So,
go with
yeah,
that?
so
Because
the-
you already talked about the allotment. So if you give DOE 100 million, what's the release process?
So once we so the release for CIP, it's a little bit different, right?
Yeah.
Because the release process gives them the allotment. So
But you still have to have the governor sign that memo
so-
saying it's released.
yeah, so a department, because in the budget, right, projects are identified on a line by project basis. A department will come in and will request based upon, section 5 of the operating budget, line so and so. We request release for, $1 million for, this park
Yeah.
improvement thing. And then what we will do is we'll prepare, again, the analysis on what it was being used for, how it was how it was appropriated. You know, was it part of the admin package? Was this a legislative add-on? All of those different things. And then we send that up to the governor for approval to release. And once that approval to release happens, a department will come back in and we'll prepare it's not an A15, it's an A21, but it is an allotment process for a capital improvement project. But then once that happens, then it's basically in the hands of the department to execute on. And then, and going back to the conversation that we had, we are no longer in that process. And then the process for encumbrance happens between the expending department and how it works out with the Department of Accounting and General and Services and encumbrances, because encumbrances are an accounting classification of expenditure.
Keeps track of the encumbrances so that you don't have lapsing of things that already been projects on.
That is between the expending department and DEX. Yeah.
Yeah, so this situation is a little different because DOE provided a list of forced lapse of projects at different stages. Some were not released, some were released.
So what on the list I thought were all released.
No.
Some of those weren't
No.
released. And they
Some were not released, some were released, but never, you know, never, you can come in and ask for a release.
It was a
and then
very
you'll come in for
arbitrary
an
list.
allotment.
It was an arbitrary
Some
list.
came from the most recent monies we gave them. Some came from the year before, and then there's $1 billion of encumbrances that they never finished or whatever.
So, you know, I think going forward, you know, at least the commitment that I've made was to work with the comptroller's office to make to basically help him kind of keep track of how encumbrances are happening, when they're happening, you know, when contracts are being made. We need to get a higher degree of granularity with regards to how expenditures are happening, especially when it comes to CIP, because that's also how we fund the bond pool. Right. We don't issue bonds on a project by project basis. We base it upon expenditures that are happening.
So did you guys review the list after our hearing to see which projects or how much in total amount was actually released?
I think we're kind of working through that, but yeah, I don't have any additional information for you right now, but we'll get back to you.
Can we get a listing of all of the projects and which ones ended up costing more or stopped because it cost more and why?
So there's a little bit of a challenge with that, because the DOE is also on their own separate financial system that is not connected to the state's FAMUS. So they have to provide updates to FAMUS, to the Accounting and General Services, but they maintain a lot of their.
But it's not just DOE that.
It's DOE and UH are the two entities that have their own essentially their own general ledger.
Can't you require them to then?
No, I think we're gonna have to legislate that, I
Yeah,
think.
because, you know, to see the fact that if UH and DOE continually have projects that is over cost runs because they traditionally underestimate what it's gonna cost.
Or they took too long.
Yeah,
I mean,
or
you know,
took too long.
because it's,
Or they did change orders. Remember, we did all the change orders during procurement. Then we can see, because their numbers are always off.
It is something that we really want to work on, Senator. Again, our financial management system and our ability to get transparent and accurate financial data on a real-time basis is really hampered by the archaic system that we currently have.
Can we put in future costs for maintenance of the building into the CIP?
that is, though, right? That's the rim.
There is the RIM. There is also, as part of our release and our allotment process for capital improvements, we do ask for information with regards to what are the life cycle costs for this CIP.
Where does that money go if we put money in? It goes into a separate RIM budget for those new projects.
No.
Those are there, you know, I think for the RIM is a UH thing.
Yeah.
It's a bucket thing.
It's a bucket.
Yeah.
So they don't necessarily, you don't have, let's say, Farrington High School doesn't have an allocated amount for RIM.
Yeah.
Which I see your point that you should have that so you can budget that out. they just get a lump sum for RIM, and as things
Yeah.
come up, they approve it.
Yeah.
Almost arbitrarily. Yeah.
Because the RIM budget, that if we gave UH for, say, Sinclair, the X amount of CIP, X amount of RIM. but it goes
You could
into the-
track it better.
The RIM, and then they use it for Ching Field.
Yeah.
And again, there's, I would defer to UH, but they have their own separate system, so we don't have visibility into terms of how that expenditure is happening, because once we release the RIM budget, we do ask for departments to give us to whatever detail they can, a breakdown of what they're going to be using lump sum appropriations for. We do ask for that. And again, it changes in that.
What happens when they run it through RCUH?
No.
I'm unaware.
Then you don't have any,
I would have
insight.
no
Yeah, because they run,
visibility.
it's like they're running the early clinical trials construction under RCUH, so
Yeah.
I don't know that we get reports on that. They did West Oahu under RCUH.
I'm. Do not.
Is the famous already operational? Because I know at one point you said, oh, you can keep track of all of the expenditures and
No, that is we're still
Is that-
working on the upgrade to famous. Well, actually, we're replacing this.
well, some of that though, we should be waiting. We can ask those questions when he comes and presents his budget, because that we can ask if there's specific amount for that. Because he's still talking about the financial plan.
Yes.
So if we can kind of keep it to that, and then these more specific questions for BNF that we can move on. So any more questions on the financial plan?
Yes.
So the financial plan chart is on page,
24.
what is that?
Multi-year
Attachment two?
financial summary,
It's
Page 24.
Oh my goodness, is it,
this one.
What?
Basically.
oh, 24. Because that's a moment in time too.
Correct.
Yeah.
You're talking about the financial plan that has the ending balance for 24 at 827 million and for 25 at 755 million.
Mhm.
Yes.
So is this gonna change, or this is it? These are the-
This is the point in time as the budget that we just submitted
Yeah.
to you from the
Or
administration.
it's gonna change twice possibly. Core is gonna come in next week
Core is gonna come in next
and
week,
March.
and it would
Are you guys gonna change it, or we're gonna change?
no, the core changes the
But are you
projection.
guys then going to factor that in and give us a?
Yeah,
a new
yeah.
budget?
Both
Yeah, yeah,
sides,
yeah.
both sides will try to
Yeah.
do their own. Yeah.
So once we get into that process, and again, this just represents the budget that we submitted to you on December 18th. And core will meet next week. That our budget's not going to change. We've already submitted to you our budget, but whatever the core decides to do would change potentially the ending balance.
But why did you guys decide to leave the ending balance above 500 million?
Well, originally it came in, but a lot of that is what we needed to do to. Again, it's just how it's the lapsing amount that happened, because there was a lot of money that lapsed in FY23 that we didn't know at the time when we finished the budget back in May of last year. So a couple of things happened during the course of the financial plan, right? It's like we projected an $80 million ending balance in FY23. That or $80 million lapse in general funds, that lapse ended up being closer to like 350 million. So that ended up increasing the estimated balance for FY24.
Because the administration vetoed quite a bit to establish a higher ending balance, and then now this is like extremely high.
Well, it's about $300 million more than what it was projected to be back in May of this year.
So
Yeah. But we didn't know that, because a lot of that depends on how much the department is going to lapse. Just regular general fund lapses. Not
why didn't you guys ask that before you guys vetoed that amount?
Well, we put in an estimate in the financial plan. As you can see, we estimated here 80 million for FY24. It all really depends on how departments execute on their operating budgets. Yeah, and we don't find the lapses until like the beginning of August when we finally get the full picture of how much departments are going to lapse. It
Yeah,
depends on.
because you were quite aggressive on the vetoes.
There was some big dollar amounts because at the time, what we were facing, based upon the projection, what we were facing was, again, what we wanted to do was keep the ending balance at about 500 million. But as you can see, again, the lapse amount was quite significant in 23, and that number fluctuates quite significantly. A lot of it is a hit or miss, and a lot of it really depends upon how much financial management capability that we have, as well as visibility in expenditures as it progresses through the fiscal year. If I can see a department's actual expenditures happening through the fiscal year, I can be much more mindful and planning. If I saw a department, I say, hey, it looks like you're gonna leave $100 million on the table over there. What's your plan? Are you going to expend that, or are you going to lapse that? Where is that money coming from? And that's the kind of visibility that what we want to do and we want to create in the new financial management system that we're proposing.
In November, when you did the forced lapse, that you had all these lapses. So why did we even go through that whole process?
Oh, the forced lapses for the CIP is for bond authorization.
No. But the CIP that you're moving from the operating over to the CIP budget, you may not needed to do that with that amount of ending balance.
827, that's like the 300 million, we keep it at the 5.
Yeah, what we did lapse, are you talking about the amounts that we converted over the rental housing trust fund?
Yeah, why not just have left it in the operating since the ending balance is so high?
When we were preparing the budget, it was all based upon a point in time understanding of where we are going to end up. And this 827, it could change. We thought last year, at this time last year, we thought FY24 we were gonna end up potentially at a much larger number. But then
so this is the amount of money then hopefully we can use when we don't agree with the forced lapses.
Yes, that is
so we can get all those projects back using this ending balance.
This budget in December, you did the forced lapses in November, because that's when superintendent said he saw the reasons submitted the list. So you knew already that you were probably gonna have that.
Yeah, you didn't need the amount that DOE gave you.
300 million.
So if we don't agree with the forced lapses and we don't agree to moving some of those things to the CIP budget, we can use the carryover.
But if you're talking about the DOE, those were CIP, those were GO authorizations. They weren't what we did for the other ones was we moved cash CIP into GO in order to create
and how much was that?
How much was that? That was I want to say about.
So this lapse, this 347 is cash?
How much?
385 million that we converted from.
Actually, but her point is that you wouldn't have had to take the forced lapse from DOE to make room in the CIP, so you could convert the cash over to the CIP. It's still connected. You had to make room in the CIP budget, so you force lapse things to make room in the CIP budget, so you could convert things over from cash.
Oh, okay, I see what you. That is a possibility. We can definitely take a look at that in terms of what.
Yeah, it was a domino effect. I mean, it's not so direct, but it's a domino effect of having to balance the budget.
If we were to create room, so in order to move the cash into.
So don't move all the cash over to CIP. Then you can then we don't have to agree to the forced lapse.
That's a possibility, yes. Yeah.
So there's room with that.
You're basically saying, don't agree to the forced lapse. Don't
convert.
But don't convert some and then balance it to that way.
Yeah. We can still end with the 500 million that we all know you're conservatively comfortable with.
That is a possibility. Yes.
So it's the 347.3 million under lapses under 2023. What is that? Is that cash?
That's cash. That's general funds.
Okay, so that's not the DOE.
That's not.
No, that's not. But it's connected, like you said, because you had to make room in the CIP budget so that you could convert them over.
Well, no. This is from 23. This for 24 is what the DOE is lapsing in 24, but the 347 you're talking about is actual general fund appropriations that are
Yeah.
lapsing in 23. The 20,
Forced lapse.
yeah, it's not the forced lapse. This is actual just regular
Yeah.
lapsing. And if you look at the projection,
But no, yeah, but it's all connected in the sense where we could just eat from the carryover to pay for some of these projects and not agree to the forced lapse.
and not, and then
And
you
then not
have-
agree
and then
to
you
the
still have
conversion.
room within the authorization
Yeah.
ceiling in order to do that. If you were to not convert those projects over, although you still have to address the issue of whether or not they're going to statutorily lapse on June
Well, that-
on
that's-
June
that's
on
my
June
next
30.
question.
Yeah, but you said 6 months with the DAGS director.
Well, they have to come in. They have to be ready to encumber.
But see, what happened is some of these projects were supposed to get started in the summer, it didn't, and then this forced lapse came, it stopped. everything.
Yeah,
So now, some of these projects are behind in order for them
Yeah.
to get.
So it's like it puts a pause on it till May or till the governor signs it. And then you're forcing the lapse anyway, because there's only a couple weeks or a couple months. Unless the DAGS director somehow,
Extends an
Extends.
encumbrance.
anyway,
Okay.
there's room here.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on the financial plan? Okay, why don't we move on to DOTEX? You have a PowerPoint or? Or recess? Okay, we'll recess for 2 minutes. Okay, calling Ways and Means back to order. So now we heard from DOTEX on the revenue collections and projection. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Gary Suganuma, Director of the Department of Taxation. First of all, Happy New Year, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm going to hand it over to Seth Colby. Dr. Seth Colby is our Tax Research and Planning
Yeah.
Officer, and he's going to be doing the presentation this afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon and happy
Good
New Year,
afternoon.
Senators.
Happy New Year.
I'm gonna keep this really short and sweet because I know you guys have been sitting here all day. So it's basically 2 slides. The first slide, I'm gonna show the revenue collections for the general fund up year to date. And then the next, we're gonna talk about the council and revenue and what they are forecasting and how that impacts you guys. Right? So this is the preliminary statement. Hopefully you guys all receive this on a monthly basis and are somewhat familiar with it. I do want to, this is from November, right? So I want to highlight a couple things here. One is GET, which is the top line here. And kind of like the workhorse of revenue collections is growing at 1%. You guys saw that earlier, Eugene showed that there was a dip in August GET collections. That we think that is because the fires, right? But that was a one-time event. So other than that, GET collections remain 1-2%, which is relatively stable. The big difference right here is the individual income tax, which is up 29%, right? The major driver for that is last year we issued a $311 million constitutional refund, right? So individual income taxes were very low in fiscal year 2023, and they're higher now because we're not issuing a $300 million refund. The result of all this is we are up 8.4% as of November. I ran the numbers this morning, and I do believe that we should be up about 7.3% as of December. So the first 6 months of the year, we're up 7.3%, give or take a couple decimal points, right? So that's just something to think about, keep in mind. Now, the council on revenue is forecasting currently has a 1.3% forecast for this fiscal year. So they're meeting next week. They will either believe that there is going to be some kind of large economic downturn that would result in high levels of revenue losses that would get us from 7.3% to 1.3%, right? Or they're going to have to revise. It's totally up to the council on revenues and what they plan to do. but you can kind of get an idea. If one of the just kind of like rules of thumb that I use is 1%, because we're close to $10 million, $10 million general fund. So every 1% is about $100 million or $93 million, right? So you can imagine if they have to increase it 93 million or 1%, that's an additional $93 million in growth. 2%, another, that would be $186 million. Just want to highlight a couple things here. And in terms of our overall general, how collections have been going. So from fiscal year 22, we had a 30% increase in our general funds, right? And so we have more money now than we expected to have. We have more money in 2023 and 2024 than we expected to have in 2023 and 2024 prior to the pandemic, right? So we received this huge burst, and now we're kind of leveling off, right? We saw the level off last year. It was down 1.7%. Without the constitutional refund, that would have been 1.6%. But after 30% revenue growth, we anticipated leveling out, and we're getting back to kind of more traditional changes and variations in our revenue forecast. And so that's where we are right now. I will see what happens next week in terms of the council and revenues. And then going forward, the council on revenues is projecting 3.5% growth over the long term, right? And so one thing I really always try to emphasize with all legislatures, growth matters more than tax cuts or tax raises, right? So if we have 1% growth every year, $100 million, that's a tax increase of $100 million, kind of a big tax increase here in Hawaii. Right. So just figuring out how to boost economic growth is especially over a 20, 30 year time horizon, is the difference between a fiscal crisis for the state and not. Mm-hmm. Right. So we always are trying to focus on and it's the long-term growth rate. It's not the short-term growth rate. Yes. In general in general fund growth. And 3.5 is slightly less than what we've had over the last 30 years. So they're anticipating a slight downgrade from that. That's it for revenues and forecasts. I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you may have.
No, it's pretty cut and dry. Okay, we'll take a short recess so that we can hear from BNF on their budget requests. Sure. Oh, sorry, Dotex. Go ahead, Dan. Well, you don't want to be first?
That cleanup.
I figured if you were first, then we're all going to give you new assignments.
Okay.
I already introduced myself, Gary Sugunuma. Would you like me to introduce the members of the team here that came with me?
Okay. They're here.
Okay.
Now working.
We're kind of spread out all over.
That way we all know who to call if they don't.
So when I call your names, can you just raise your hand so everyone knows who you are? So Kristen Sakamoto, Deputy Director, is next to me. Mm-hmm. Don Kuriki is our Office Audit Manager. Gordon Zane is ahead of our Special Enforcement Section. Valentin Gabon is our Acting Supervisor in our Collections branch. You already met Dr. Kobe. Josh Michaels is our Acting Rules Officer. Nikki Thompson is our Taxation Services Administrator. Min Ming is our ASO. Kaimana Perez David is our Human Resources Officer. Gary Yamashiroya is my special assistant and basically our PIO. Kelson Paiva is our Government Relations Specialist. And I'd just like to note the absence of Corey Higa, who is our IT Services Chief. He had a prearranged vacation, and so he's currently out of the country. So sorry, he couldn't be here today.
Who's running the department right now? Are you guys all here?
No, the division.
Yeah, we have an acting.
Okay.
Sorry. The managers get to take vacation too, I guess.
No, they're asking because they probably have a question, so they'll probably call the person, the acting later for specific question follow-up. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, would you like me just to
Yeah.
jump right into the budget?
Yeah.
I think from last year, would you like me to go in the order stated on table 4?
That's fine. What page is that for them? Yeah, they're getting it.
Page 10.
Okay, page 22.
22.
That's their budget requests. No, no, that's vacancy.
Table 4 is on page 2.
Page 10. Yeah, you were right. Okay.
So the first one is, well, let me just overall, we're not asking for any new positions. We really took a good look at our budget, and our budget consists mostly of OCE, our supplementary requests. Comes in at about 500,000. And what we've really tried to do is the request really does contain just what we would consider the necessities that we need to continue our operations. And so first is OCE for our compliance branch, $101,970. Most of this, or $90,000, is to continue membership to the Multi-State Tax Commission, and also subscriptions to PBN, Hawai'i Info Service, which provides us with real estate and rental information to monitor that industry. And Box.com is what the MTC uses to securely provide us with confidential or tax information, basically, or audit files. And so these are subscriptions and memberships that are vital to our compliance division, and basically tools that we need. I would just note that the MTC membership is very important. The membership gives us access to findings by the MTC of multi-state corporations that we can then use to assess those companies if they're doing business here in the state. It also includes referrals from the MTC's voluntary disclosure program, which again gives us direct leads to go and assess and collect taxes against these taxpayers. So in fiscal year 23, the department issued 1.9 million in assessments based on MTC findings and concluded 32 voluntary disclosure cases received from the MTC, resulting in another $1.8 million in revenue. The other part of the request is about $12,000 for travel and training to the Federation of Tax Administrators and MTC conferences. And these are just to keep our staff and workforce updated on new and ever-changing tax and fraud schemes. They'll learn about nationwide trends and what's happening in administration across the nation. So I think we feel it's very important to attend these trainings.
What about online training?
I don't believe that these had an online option, a virtual option, or certainly we would take advantage of that for sure. But I think the amount that we're asking for is just to send, I think just several individuals, or maybe even just one to each conference.
Yeah, because we know a lot of departments are sending like 5, 6
Yeah.
to one conference.
Yeah, we're conscious about that. So if there was a virtual option, that would be great, because then more people could participate directly for much less cost, right? So we will be, if that's an option, we will take advantage for sure.
Can I just ask about the MTC membership? Is that not part of your base budget?
The MTC
Isn't that part of your base budget?
should be part of the base budget. I'm not sure if some of this 90,000 is to account for an increase in the membership fee.
Because of price increases over. So the membership went up by that much money?
I think it might be a period of time where we didn't ask for increases, and all of a sudden now the increases over time is.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a lot. So what is the actual amount for the SSD membership?
I think they're projecting, well, for FY 23, it was $288,844, and they're estimating $300,000.
And in your base budget, how much was in the base budget?
I believe the current amount we have is $214,000.
Usually you guys have like the questions when you highlight the numbers.
So you're going from 214 to 288 to 300,000. So what you're saying?
I think the increase from 214 to 288 was over a period of time. I'm not sure how long that. It wasn't a one stream.
I was gonna ask you about the vacancies. You have like 125 vacancies. I notice also a lot in professional, like your auditors. So I'm just wondering, what are you doing about it?
Yeah, we have been trying to expand our efforts to recruit for sure. We know that I mean, as you can tell from our submissions, filling vacancies is one of our top priorities. We can do certainly, we need bodies in the department to do all the important work we do. We formed a recruitment and training committee since the both of us have come on board to try to brainstorm some ideas. We've been taking advantage of job fairs and seminars. In fact, I believe we did 10 in the second half of calendar year or the second half of fiscal 2023. I take that back. I think we've done 10 since July 1st up until now, and we have 3 more set before the end of April, currently set. I do have our human resources officer here who can, if you wanted a more detailed explanation of what we've been doing.
Not what you've been doing, but what's the result? I mean, have you been able to hire?
We've been able to keep up. I think we came here last year with about the same amount of vacancies. So people have left, retired. We've been able to keep up with that, but not much more. We notice a lot of movement within the department. So people get promoted into other positions that creates openings. For some of the openings, it's easier for us to downgrade it to fill. And we've been trying to do that where we can. In some places, it's easier to fill if we upgrade it and we can offer better pay. And so we've been exploring that as well. We've also had, I believe most of the tax specific positions delegated by DHER to us for recruitment purposes as a way to, I guess, more efficiently and quickly try to post and interview people. With regard to auditors, it's very hard. Our department is not the only one that looks for auditors. So, we've been working with DHER. Sometimes it takes us a while to get posted. Sometimes it takes us a while to get lists. Unfortunately, not sure why it's this way, but sometimes when we get the list and we contact the candidates, they've already found jobs or they're no longer interested. So it's been really challenging.
You work with her to see how specific your auditors have to have different knowledge base than just auditing. So as you look at what is your delinquency rate, I mean, how much are you collecting through delinquencies? Because that's where your auditors come in.
Yeah.
Your auditors, just people that you have like a lot of vacancies, I say, I mean, like 15, 16, criminal investigators, special enforcement, like 17 positions.
Yeah.
So what are you doing in terms of focusing to that? Educating is one thing, and letting people know how to comply, but then those who aren't complying, it should be deterred from not paying taxes. So what are you folks doing in terms of the compliance of product practice?
I mean, we're continuing to do our work, even with our vacancies. So I think if you look at our annual report, so fiscal year 23 over fiscal year 22, we did make improvements in terms of the amount of audits conducted, the amount of money brought in, both through audit, through our SES had an increase in revenues and collections as well. And so We're doing the best we can, but I agree with you. If we could fill more vacancies, we could do better.
So have you worked with HRD to see how your auditors and special enforcement staff are much more specialized and so that you can work on it,
What does DHER need to do to
help you, get those audit
There's-
positions filled?
Working is so general.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that we did talk about is trying to see if we could create a new classification, I guess, for those auditors in tax, because I do agree with you. I think they have a unique, they have to have a unique skill set and knowledge base. And so we will explore them. My understanding is that it could take a year, 2 years to create these.
No,
types of
we will
positions.
cut vacancies and add those type of positions then.
And if you create a higher level position that you can recruit, then we could create those positions instead of having you have.
Because if DHER is gonna take too long, then we might as well do it legislatively.
In a specialized position versus auditor 5, auditor 4, auditor 3, 6.
Yeah, we would be open for
Yeah,
that.
definitely.
Senator Kim.
Follow up on this. I noticed, how realistic is this fill date? Because I noticed bulk of it is March, April, May. And June. I mean, this is January, so you expect that you're gonna fill a bunch of this in the next 3 months? 5 months? How realistic? I mean, I noticed the department just, you guys aren't the only ones, just put in date. So what? So you don't take the positions?
Yeah, I can tell you for our taxpayer services branch, I was just informed that we have, I believe, 8 outstanding offers now. We're hopeful that
Okay,
most of them will take it.
First page and the second page, I don't know how many is on one page. 53 on one page. 53, you're gonna get all of these people in, the bulk of them, by April and May. You're talking about 8 positions, and that's just the first page. The second page, same thing. You got another total of 106 positions. You're gonna fill them all, March, April, May? But that's what you have your fill date.
Yeah, I think that's what we would hope we could do, and we're trying our best, but I would agree with you. I mean, if I had to bet money on it now, I mean, that's gonna be really difficult to do.
Okay, so why don't you guys give us more realistic dates? Why don't you guys just blanket like that?
I'm sorry.
Why don't you just blanket it like that? You think that we're just not gonna notice? I don't know.
Versus going over into each individual one.
Because if you don't even have interviews set up, there's no way you're gonna have somebody in by March.
No, we're actively recruiting. I mean,
I know that, but
posting and interviewing.
106 positions gonna be filled by May.
No.
No, right? But that's what you have. Technically. 414. And then I noticed as you go on to table 11, the ones that are oldest vacancies, 2019, you have no expected fill date. The oldest positions that's been vacant, you have no expected fill date.
So I think those are unfunded.
Oh, they're unfunded?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys can move monies around. So if those are a priority, you can move that around.
There's no way you're gonna spend all that money that's funded by May or June of this year. So then what happens to all that money? All that money that you don't fill?
Yeah.
What happens to those?
Well, some of it is the laps that Lewis scooped for the carryover.
So the unfunded positions, but would this committee be okay with us? Because I know it's been frowned upon using vacancy savings and moving it to fill, but would you guys be okay if that would help us fill
No,
something?
why don't you come in and ask for the correction
I see.
versus you do it? We're not gonna condone that.
Okay,
What we would want is something realistic that we're gonna put in the budget.
yes, understood.
So if we work with you guys on that,
I just want to know by June, if these positions are not filled, I want to see how much money that is and where that money goes.
yeah, because I noticed on yours, table 21, you don't have any positions higher than what the salary is authorized as of in the budget. Because other departments take the vacancy savings and then use that either for supplementing salaries or other current expenses, but you guys have none. Is that correct? Nobody's outside the budgeted amount?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm offhand, I'm not aware of it yet, so.
And then-
Like that.
And then you also reported that no one teleworks.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I got a question, so almost in the line of Senator Kim. So these positions are vacant from 3/25/23, yeah? And you go down, the unfunded positions you're saying was vacant from 2019. But it's not funded, so how come you guys didn't fund the longer positions? Were these all officer assistants to all of them is officer assistant, right? Different pay, 30,000, 26,000, 34,000. So the one that is funded on the top where it says you guys are gonna fill it by 2024, all of them is 34,000, gradually increased. But then the one that was 2019, Senator Kim said 6/3/2019, a clerk, 51,000, that's not funded. Then you get the office assistant at 5/27/2020, that's not funded.
We didn't fund. it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
us.
Funded.
Well, what I'm saying is, okay, we never fund the positions, but on top of here, on top of this page, on table 11, they get the same positions as officer assistant, 2 that was funded just in 2023. So why, I mean, I don't understand, how do that numbers work?
So our hope would be to, put people in the positions that are funded first. And fill those positions because we have money committed to them. And then if we're able to fill all of those positions, then I suppose we would come back in for funding.
Or you would end up taking money from some other pot to pay for the position if you have a candidate.
The
But you have
question,
7 office assistants,
Yeah.
7 office assistants, 3 that you want to fill by May of this year. And then you got 4 officer assistants that is not funded. How many office assistants do you have?
the part that I'd like you guys explain to me, sorry, I know this as, I guess I don't understand it. If this position was vacant on 5/27/2020, and then vacancy dated of the 3/25/2023, how was that officer's assistant budgeted before the long one that's been unbudgeted on top of you guys' paper? If that's the case, then you guys should have just eliminated all of these ones that you guys have because you guys have on the top, because that wasn't funded first. I don't understand. How does that work?
Was it a different division?
I think it was, well, the unfunded ones, my understanding is that.
We scooped the money during COVID.
During COVID, those were, because they weren't
Yeah.
filled, then money was taken away from the positions.
Yeah.
We haven't come back in asking for funding for the positions in part because we have
Yeah,
vacancies.
but then I guess his question is, why not come in to fund those positions versus asking for new positions last year? Because that was established in 2023.
Yeah.
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 Well, why? That's what he's asking.
Yeah, probably would have been a better way to do it, for sure.
Because then now you have duplication of those positions and only funding for one of them. They said it would have been better to do it the way you're suggesting. So, okay, any other questions?
No, well, we came in last year to, the budget had already been submitted, as you know, and
Well, I just assumed it was for a different division that might have needed it. And then internally you could have just moved it, but. Okay, what about page 26, table 14? The fast contract. This is actually more of a Senator Kim follow-up. Page 26, table 14. It's the first one. Because it's at 21 million. Outstanding balance. Right there. First one. Yeah, and then outstanding balance is 21 million. I said page 26. So you have page 27.
Oh, yeah.
But you're bringing that figure down and having your own people.
So the outstanding balance is coming out of,
TSM contract goes to the end of fiscal 25, I believe, the current supplement to that contract. So the original contract was
No.
for,
well, it says, oh yeah, it says here, July 15.
yeah, the original contract was for like 30 million or
Yeah.
so.
It's for
Then
10
they had, like
years.
4 supplements, I think. And so under the current supplement, it takes us to that amount.
What are we doing? Where are we with this whole tax modernization project?
The project itself, the conversion is done, so we just have, services that we contract with them for the kind of, with the improvements, and that's part of the.
How many positions?
Oh yeah, but I thought the direction was actually the opposite, where we're going to train as many people locally.
And that's what we're trying to do now. So right now we're at 5 FTEs, I believe, under the current supplement. And it's very expensive, right? Each FTE is about 240,000 or so. So we do have a proposal within this year's request. What we're trying to do is we're trying to create
Local expertise.
local expertise. So we
Within
want to
your
create an
department.
exempt IT position or exempt IT positions within Department of Taxation that would pay a more competitive salary above the civil service IT positions. So right now, what
Oh
we
yeah, which is cheaper than the contracted amount.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and it will help us build internal expertise
Yeah.
as a way to retain employees. Because right now we're training, we get lower level developers, we train them up. They top out at just under $100,000, my understanding, and then by then they get snatched up to the private sector because the private sector pays a lot better. So what we're hopeful is if we can create an exempt position, or exempt positions above civil service, we can keep them in the state, keep them with us, and then they'll be able to do more complex system changes and stuff that we're paying the contractor to do right now.
That you
So-
were doing that already.
Yeah, we talked about this years ago.
But like last year you were working with your IT chief, right? To do this.
Yes.
So how
So-
many people do you have from tax? How many? people-
Wait, but then you said you don't have any new position ads.
No, so what we do have available developer positions, vacant ones. So what we're doing is we're giving up 2 civil service developer positions. We're going to use the combined funding is about 126,000 for the 2 positions. We're going to use that 126 to fund 1 exempt position, so we could pay somebody up to the 126.
Oh, so then, yeah.
Yeah, and then we have a legislative proposal we hope to make it to the governor's package that would allow us authority to create exempt IT positions within tax.
So how many positions now in IT that are doing the modernization?
So within IT. You have that.
So tax specific employees they're asking about?
Oh, no, the IT, that's the IT.
One, 10, 100.
I mean,
Yes, no idea.
Okay, who's in charge of it back there?
Yeah.
Hello. He didn't update you guys before he left.
Okay. IT staff, so total positions that we have 26 plus the supervisor or the chief, who's Corey Higa. So total 27 positions. We have there are three categories within our IT section: developers, system networking, and
Yeah.
security.
So her question is, how many positions are you gonna need to be exempt?
Well, right now, we are gonna start off with one. And then
But you have 26 total.
we have, but they're not all developers. So we have 16
Which ones
developers,
are gonna be exempt, that you're asking for exemptions?
developers,
The developers.
senior developers.
And that's 16 of them.
And we have 16, but only
No,
8
this-
filled.
The 16 developers, we're gonna keep some at different levels, right?
Yeah,
So we're
we
gonna retain some at the.
We keep,
Some are exempt
Right.
and some are not.
yeah, because
All
we
even
can't, we don't anticipate changing all of them to exempt. Because we still need the entry level so we can bring in less experience and then work them up through the civil service steps. And then once they get to the senior level, then they could possibly qualify for the exempt high level,
So
higher salary.
you're not moving them up it's not a career. You're gonna have separate exempt positions for senior developers.
Yes, yes.
No, they're integrating it though. So you're gonna move up the career ladder, but when you get to the top, you have to get out of civil service.
Yes, yes.
So how many positions we have on contract?
We purchase FTEs, so we have 5 right now.
There are 5 FTEs. And right now, the contract is 30 million a year.
Just the services part is 20 something, so
Is that the 21 that's outstanding?
I think so.
This is
It's about
2025. so it's not-
So they're gonna come back again.
So
It's 21 million a year.
Yes,
So for 24, you're asking for 21, and then in 25, you're gonna ask for 20.
I think our contract goes to
21 million is for the 5 employees.
for the 5 FTEs, which my understanding translates to more than 5 bodies, but it's supposed to be the equivalent because I guess not all, if they give us like 8 bodies, they're not all working every day, all day. So
But
they
used to
do some
give
kind of
us-
calculation,
They used
but
to give us 10 for 30 million. Okay, that's what I recall. They had 10 employees, 30 million, and I asked back then, 8 years ago, why don't we just train them ourselves? And pay each one $1 million? That would only be 10 million, right? That would only be 10 million. We would save 20 million. So this case, we got 5 FTEs at 21 million. So, I mean, it's crazy.
part of that software, right?
Yeah,
How much is the employee?
2.2 million.
No, but the total unfunded balance is 21 million.
On the contract, but that includes the hosted services.
Well, that's what she's asking. What's the breakdown of the 21?
Because my understanding is they still use state employees.
Well, is it easier if we recess until he comes back?
I didn't think we're gonna ask this question.
Yeah, I mean,
It's them.
we might have no choice but to do that. If you want, I can go over the rest of the budget now. Since you're
Okay.
here, and then,
Okay. And then we can reserve the fast questions for
Yes.
another, we can work out another date. Yeah.
But that's a lot of money if you're only gonna start off with one position. Yeah, maybe. But we've been asking for this for years.
I just assumed part of that was already happening though, where we were in lieu of paying their experts, we would be creating our own in-house. I heard that several years already. So we don't have any, we don't even have one.
I think this is the first time the department's coming with this type of request.
But we asked for it years ago. I asked for it years ago.
And I thought that was the idea, is to reduce the
Yeah.
budget too fast, and then you would get the
Yeah,
budget for your.
Because when we did a WAM site visit under the previous director, my understanding that was the direction.
When the both of us came on board last year, that's one of the things that we were working on. As you know, we're working with DHERD, Budget and Finance, and ETS in trying to come up with a solution. And so
So what is the?
this
No, it's
So
the same
this is what-
solution.
this
It's
is
just
what
that
the
nobody,
proposal is.
it sounds like nobody followed
is
up
to
on it.
create it, is to create it under tax.
Okay, so have you figured out how much does these 5 FTEs are getting paid by tax? You know how much they pay?
I don't know what the employees. are
Why wouldn't we find out? Because what I would do, if they were being paid X amount, I'd offer them a little bit more and then steal them. Right? I mean,
Yeah.
why would they want to work for fast if they're getting paid less money? And they trained already. They know what to do. Why wouldn't we do that? Costing us 21 million. That's why I said last time, if we were to pay them $1 million each.
I mean,
it would
that-
go over in a flash.
I mean, that's the hope, right? The hope is that we can get positions that we can offer competitive salaries to attract. Even people from the private sector to come,
Private sector takes positions from us. Why don't we take positions from them?
which we could.
Yeah, that's what we have to start, yeah.
I don't kind of understand.
I mean,
Let's take step one, because we're asking for one position this year, but the plan is to build it up, that we would train this person and then we would have capacity to add on more.
You're going to train this person and they're going to leave. And then
Well, if we get the funding to pay them more.
but somebody could pay them even more, right?
that's true.
I mean.
No,
yeah.
We didn't want to come in this year asking for funding to create like 3 exams, knowing that it's not going to be real easy to hire 2, right? So we start with 1, but over time, as we fill them, then we'll come back.
That's why we steal them from, we take that from them.
Really, I mean, I would,
You tell me that we gotta pay this person X amount, and we're gonna save 21 million, and it's only gonna cost us 10. I'm gonna go for 10. But you guys gotta be the ones to propose these things to us. Not only gonna have one position. How much is that gonna save us, one position?
No, it's not, because we're doing it basically a trade-off. We're using 2 vacant civil service, but again, we're trying to be, I guess, sensitive to, if the state doesn't have as much money as it did a year ago. I mean, we don't want to come in with a big, heavy,
Yes, but if you
request.
can show us, this is what it's gonna save us, this is what it's gonna net us, why wouldn't you? Show it to us. But if you're not even thinking down that road, then we're going to be in the same 10 years from now, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I proposed all of this and nothing happened.
I mean, we're hoping this is the first step down that road.
okay,
I've been here 20 years, 24 years.
doesn't look like though, doesn't look like.
Same excuse from every administration, every department, same excuse. I'm sorry, I get tired of it. I'm like, I don't want to be here 20-something years later and do this thing.
So did you get civil service? Have you consulted with the unions already on creating these exempt positions? And it's all okay? They don't have any opposition?
We've been working with DHERD, but I'm not aware.
Okay. Well, that'd be good to know, because I think, it's good that we create these exempt positions, but we don't want people complaining, right? And once you get the positions, and then there's more roadblocks, so you can't hire, right? So hopefully, now that you ask for the positions, it's all clear to hire, right?
No, but how many?
It's a special position or something that's not general.
But you're getting rid of civil service too. You're trading off too.
Yeah, but I'm
Yeah.
saying, it's been vacant, listen.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't find them, you can't
Yeah.
find them, so you're gonna have to do something else. If not, we're stuck at the $250,000 per person anyway.
Well, but we don't want to give you the position, and you run into more roadblocks, right? That's the bottom line.
Wait, man, I'm gonna see it. Where? Okay, why don't you, which table are you?
Before,
Okay,
the next item is transferring OC funds from Administrative Services Office to Oahu Office Audit Branch to reflect actual posted budget for programs. So this is basically shifting 60,000 out of the ASO's budget into the audit branch. Because the audit branch, the 60,000 is for postage that the audit branch is spending to send assessments, notices, correspondence to taxpayers. And so it really should be within their program budget. And so we're just trying to put the money where it's supposed to be. The next item is to correct what I've been told is a legislative error. There's a collections branch used to be under the compliance division. They were recently moved out, and so all the positions and funding for collections have moved out to its own program. And my understanding is that for one specific position, they took, I guess, the compliance division had the position mistakenly deducted twice from their budget, and so we're just trying to put the money. So right now there's a negative, I guess there's a negative balance there in that amount. And it's because one position was docked twice. And so we're just trying to put the money back. The next one is increase OCE for our collections. And so 199,200, 9,000 for office supplies. This is to reflect an increase in levies, collection notices, correspondence going out. 85,000 to continue a subscription to Thomson Reuters Clear database, which is needed to locate delinquent taxpayers so that they can be pursued for collection action. 5,200 travel to mainland conference to step to date on collection technology and strategies. 100,000 is for postage due to price increases and additional mailings that we're making. The next item is OCE for our rules office. $25,985, just $1,000 for office supplies. We're able to fill 3 administrative rule officer positions last year. And so we have additional personnel in the office. And so just a little bit more money for office supplies. About 17,000 for continued subscriptions to Bloomberg and Westlaw. So these are legal research tools that the attorneys in the rules office need in order to do their jobs. This also covers subscription for InDesign, which is a software that we use to create and amend tax forms. So that's also essential. And then, I'm sorry.
Part of the base budget in design?
I believe there are increases in subscription prices for those Bloomberg, Westlaw, InDesign.
Can you be specific because if it's the entire amount?
The 17,000 I don't believe is the entire amount of subscriptions, right?
I believe they're for price increase.
Just price increases. And the balance about 4,500 is for the registration fees to attain mainland training for both the rule specialists and the technical staff that work on tax forms. And then that would just be for registration fees. 3,500 is a separate line item, and that would be for travel to the mainland to attend training, and also it looks like out-of-state training.
So the amount you said earlier, $12,000 for travel to conferences, is that globally for your entire department, or is that just for one department, or was it 120,000?
Yeah, that was only for compliance, the compliance branch.
Said to us, what is the global amount for traveling?
For all the OCA requests?
For all your departments, what is the amount of travel?
So the additional amounts we're asking for. It looks like 20,000.
Total for the entire department?
Yeah, and
That's all branches.
yeah,
And that's just added amount. What's the global amount? What is it gonna bring your total travel to?
I don't,
What's in the base?
you know what the, you have information on the base budget amount that we have for travel for the department.
Because it looks small, right? But that's just the added amount.
Yeah,
I don't know what
yeah.
it is.
If not, we'll follow up with them.
We can follow up, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, then,
Travel's position in the office of the director, what position is that?
So we're not.
we're not pursuing that.
That was initially for someone to assist with social media efforts and advertising.
So the next requested item is the increase in OC for our ASO office. So this one is $98,000. 25,000 is for continued armored car service on Oahu and neighbor islands to transport cash and checks from our offices to the bank. And this is needed due to price increases. And then the rest, 55,000 is for security installation and equipment. So these would be for cameras, remoteless key entry, and also for panic button alarms. And then 18,000 would be for security, the annual services for the security system to be purchased. And, you know, we do encounter on occasion, because we do service the public at the public window at the building, the labor building. And so we do encounter on occasion, unhappy customers. And this is being done in part to address concerns by our staff. We want them to feel safe. We want everyone to be safe. And I think it's be really good for morale for our staff at the building.
So, you're gonna have a panic button. What do you got?
I'm sorry?
You have a panic button.
The panic button, my understanding is a security, the $18,000 for the service that we get.
I know, but who is it gonna, who's gonna come?
Somebody from the security office who I understand will alert the authorities or call 911 or we can get the details. But I think they also service all of the cameras and whatever hardware and equipment that they come into. They also, with regard to the cameras, they will also store video for us, video footage, for 30 days, I believe. So that's included within the services they provided.
How often do you have a panic situation?
I'm sorry?
How often do you have a panic situation?
I'm probably not the best one to ask. I have, Nikki, yeah. How often do we encounter a situation that would require the pressing of a panic button or the calling of security or something?
I would say, Nikki Thompson is, I handle the. The first floor, because of COVID, it's slowed way down. Last year, I think.
Wait, can you come forward and speak into the mic?
Sorry, thank you. Nikki Thompson, Taxation Services Administrator. Since we have picked up our services again quite a bit, and I would say probably 4 times a year, we've had to reach out to someone beyond our security at the door. Like on Friday, we didn't have any incidents, but we had 113 people that we serviced on the first floor only. And that's a lot of bodies coming in and out. So I would say maybe 4 times a year that we've had to extend out. So anything that would protect anything coming in the door would be helpful.
Well, that would be true for everybody, right? For every department, you ask people coming to the door. Just wondering when you analyze the cost and you analyze the fact that somebody's got to monitor. It's like at the airport, we ended up spending millions and then it was worth the run many incidences. So I just hope that the folks, when you're looking at these expenses, we got these metal detectors that's been sitting in our offices for over 10 years, finally took it out, but I don't know that it was even warranted. I questioned that way back when. Yeah, we want to feel safe. We want to make sure coming to this door, but how often, I mean, the expense to store these tapes, to monitor, somebody's got to monitor it, right? Because you press the button, nobody comes, nobody sees it, nobody hears it, what? I mean, so you got the personnel to do that? So that's another thing to think about. So I just hope that when you folks go down this road, yes, everybody wants to feel safe, but is it really warranted in the cost? So if you some analyzing 4 times a year, it's a cost for 4 times a year.
Excuse me if I may too. I think some of the intent behind this from others in the department were what is the cost of a human life or what is the cost? And that was, I think that was where it was coming from, and that's I was relaying that.
So I'm just wondering if the police department did have a panic button at their desk. And I'm just wondering, you know, it's like, of course, life is precious, but again, then every department, we should all have a panic button.
But on those days, why not have the sheriffs also be present?
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you know, you have security,
I mean,
but
this-
I'm just wondering, all that equipment and stuff, does it make,
We have security right now, just watching the front entrance, basically. My understanding is that we did have sheriffs before, but the sheriffs that are assigned to our building, basically is, I think it's like special duty. And, sometimes they're available, sometimes they weren't, so it wasn't. It didn't sound like it was very dependable that we could count on a sheriff being there from opening to close every day, even if we paid for it. And so I think that's why the department had shied away from it. So there are other, I agree, there are other
Yeah, but at that
options
point,
to
though,
secure the
you
building.
guys gotta take it up the food chain, and instead of having like the branches talk to each other, I think you as a director should talk to the director of public safety.
yeah, what's the
I
priority?
mean, you gotta like, bump it up. If you're saying human life is worth it, then it's worth the director talking to the director of public safety.
So maybe you need bulletproof screens or something, and the other, the alternative?
We did actually look at that. The problem is that in the areas where we wanted to install bulletproof glass, but there's regular
Say
glass.
those are possible alternative, that you
Yeah.
guys need to show us that
Yeah.
analysis.
But we did,
To justify the cost, overall cost, not just for initially, but to maintain it over the life of the system.
just to give you an idea, it was gonna cost $80,000 to fit upstairs in collections, I think 4 windows with bulletproof glass, but ultimately we didn't think it was a wise thing to do because they couldn't shoot through the glass, but they would be able to shoot through the areas adjacent to the glass. And so somebody behind the window wasn't necessarily safe if there's
How
only a
often have you-
drywall between you and the,
How often you'd had a gun come through?
not that I know of, and I hope we never do.
So, yeah, I mean, again, so. Knife, maybe, I don't know, when you say panic button for what? I mean, if they got a gun, you press the panic button, you can still get shot. Right? I mean, I'm just saying, I don't mean to be flippant about it, but, we need to finalize all of this stuff.
I mean, at least me personally, I feel some responsibility to keep the people in my department safe, and so that's what we're just trying to do.
Give us some analysis.
Yeah. I would just think, I would hope you would just work with the sheriffs.
Yeah, and certainly we can do that. I can approach Director Butai, who also shares the same building, and we can try to work together and just see what we can do.
Okay, and I know, it depends on how you guys want to do this, but there are lots of departments that fund their attorney general. So I can't imagine why you wouldn't do the same thing. If you need specific amount of sheriffs there year round, then why not just fund those positions? You fund them so that they're dedicated then to you.
I think before we were showing part of the cost, so yeah, it's.
I see.
something that's more into the cost.
What is the cost for the system? What is the cost to maintain it? What is the response time versus some other part, and obviously we haven't really done that. But you guys gotta justify this money, it's not just unlimited.
Okay, what is the next one? It's hard being the first.
So the next one is to work out another legislative error. So administrative role specialist position, there's a position there that my understanding is that during the 2022 legislative session, this administrative role specialist exempt position was reclassified to a program budget analyst, which is a civil service position. The FTE designation, however, I guess at that time wasn't changed. And so this is something that we're doing just to make it accurate. So we want to change the FTE designation from exempt to civil service, and that's what we're asking.
From temporary.
Yeah, so my understanding is temporary it was temporary because it was an exempt position. Now we change it to permanent, which is because it's a civil service. After that,
Yeah.
so the transfer funds, yeah, the 60,000, so this is the one taking it out of the ASO. The next one is same thing, we're taking funds out of ASO's budget and putting it into, collections.
Okay.
140,000 is what collection spends for versus not ASO. The one after that is, the reduction of 2 permanent positions and 1 exempt temporary position in our IT section, so that's the one we already talked about.
It's the OCE for Ipso,
Oh, I'm sorry.
$11,800 in OCE for multi-factor authentication.
Yeah,
from
so
the IRS.
there's a new IRS requirement, for all users who access, federal taxpayer information to use multi-factor authentication. Previously, it was only required for remote users. Now it's also required for local users. And so the cost, the 11,800 is to provide more multifunction authentication to more employees so they can continue accessing federal tax information while at work. And the last one is increase in OCE for our tax research and planning office. So this is what Dr. Colby needs. This is a subscription, is my understanding. And
One-time cost.
$50,000 license renewal for certain programs needed to continue providing, meaningful and accurate statistical and economic research data to aid in revenue projections for the state. Our tax research and planning office also provides administrative and other support to the council on revenues as well.
Is that an annual cost?
I believe it's annual. Dr. Cole, is that
One-time
annual?
next-
Recurring?
The 50 grand.
Yeah, it's a recurring, it's the annual subscription fee. So the way it works is you pay 250, I believe it was about $250,000 for the initial model. And then after that, you have to buy it every year for $50,000. If we stop, we would have to go back and pay the initial fee once.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Okay, so we'll try to reconvene at some point to go over the fast questions.
Yes.
And maybe any other questions members might have. Oh, go ahead.
Request that they provide, I don't know if it's in here, but your collections of tax, delinquent taxes, and the cost to collect it.
And how much you actually collect?
Yeah, I think you actually collect. And then what are you doing to keep people in compliance with the collection of the GET tax? And I'm not going to go into detail why I'm asking that question, but you know why I'm asking that question.
On some of the tax credit things, like the film tax credit, what kind of involvement do you have?
What a bad.
Well, as far as the legislative proposals or the actual administration.
Yeah. Yeah.
We review and we work with, for example, like film office.
Yeah, so last legislative session, there was a question asked in committee, not this committee, the subject matter committee, about providing the tax credit and then the follow-up to make sure that what's negotiated is actually completed. And at the time, the film commissioner said there's not really any follow-up. So we don't know if they actually did everything they said they were going to do in exchange for the tax credit.
So the credit itself is certified by the film office, but we can, what your concern is, we can address on the back end through audit, right?
Will we audit specific taxpayers who claim the credit to make sure that they get the requirements for claiming the
And
credit?
how often do you do that with the film tax credit?
I would say each credit, I mean, there are different levels of review based on things that get triggered when the credits are claimed. So it really depends on, it's not the same approach as far as the level of audit.
You provide a report that actual credits given and what was executed. Any kind of review at all?
Because
We
this,
don't do an overall review, because really it's kind of taxpayer by taxpayer, we're just like how we normally audit the taxpayers, so we don't have a comprehensive overall review.
so you don't see the, you guys don't look beyond that as to the state benefit.
Right, we're not. That.
Yeah. Because for the amount we put in, and earlier they said maybe what, 20,000 people get employed part-time. And then now they're asking for another 10 million. So just trying to see how we can get more information as to the effectiveness of it.
So when they give you, they report on their tax return, they show you what they've used the funds for, or it's just a credit and they just say, we need a credit? Is there something specific that they report on?
Well, you don't do the negotiation. You don't talk to
On
the
return?
the applicant, right? The film office is talking to the applicant. And then they don't,
They don't say anything, I mean, on their tax return, they just say, I have 20.
no, it's a certification. That's it, that they show them. So we don't know if there was any follow-up and what resulted is when we gave them the credit. We don't see any metrics. You know, with this amount of credit that we got, this is what we did. We hired this much local, we would provide this much jobs, we put this much infrastructure in. I mean, we don't see any of that stuff.
We don't keep track of
Yeah,
that.
we're not us, but that's part of the certification process.
The upfront.
Upfront, but on the other end.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
Yeah. So that we would be able to see after the production is complete, the amount that they got and what the state benefit was. There's no report upon each completion of production.
We don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Did I notice there's a couple of ongoing costs for shared security as well as security monitors, security alarms? So can you provide us just all of the security types of services that are contracted out in the
Okay, we'll do.
You're talking about adding on security and the signature.
In the base.
Well, they're asking for more money. Well, it's reoccurring.
Okay.
There's $80,000.
Okay, if no more questions for now, we'll take a recess so that we can let BNF set up. Okay. Okay, reconvening for BNF's budget presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair,
Good
Vice Chair,
afternoon.
and members of the committee. Louis Oliveri, your Director of Finance. I'm here joined today by our Deputy, Sabrina Nasir, also our Administrator for our Program Planning and Budget Division, Mr. Neil Mihira, as well as our Financial Administration Division, Mr. Rod Becker, along with our Office of Federal Awards Management Administrator, Mark Anderson, and our Administrative Services Officer, Mr. Tracy Bond. From the attached agencies, we have Mr. Tom Williams from the ERS here, along with his staff. From the EETF, we have Mr. Derek Mizuno, who is the administrator for the EETF, and proud to announce with the retirement of James Tabe, our new public defender, Mr. John Ikenaga. So,
Happy New Year.
With that, Happy New Year, Senators. I will just go briefly into our budget requests.
Okay.
You can see it's very skinny, but most of it are all fixed cost, with the exception of a few very large policy-related requests. So basically, the department, again, we are your Department of Budget and Finance. It is our responsibility to look over the overall financial health of the state's operating budget, as well as its credit position. And
You
so-
can just go straight into the.
Okay, I go straight into it. So our first request really is for $186.2 million. And that is really in the Department of Budget and Finance Administration Division. And that is to essentially set aside money related to the wildfire disaster. If you look on the table, it might be the very last one. I'm sorry, I'm going in order.
Oh, okay, yeah, you don't want to go in order.
Okay, I will go. All right.
Table 1.
Table
6.
Yeah.
So if you go to table 6, sorry, okay, if you go to table 6, our first request is essentially to ask for state matching money for the Investment Infrastructure and Jobs Act federal awards grant that was given for broadband in the amount of $13.3 million. The details of which would probably be better responded to by the Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism. But because BNF is the awardee and DBED and the University of Hawaii actually are the sub-awardees, it just goes to the Department of Budget and Finance and we allocate it to the expending agencies.
So you don't have a breakdown. They would have the breakdown.
They would have the breakdown of what they're going to use that $13.3 million worth. But that is money for the state's matching portion of the Infrastructure and Jobs Act federal funding that came in, which again is in excess of over $100 million for broadband efforts around the state.
Okay, maybe we can get a breakdown.
So the next request within the department is for, and we are requesting for reclassification and upgrade of departmental senior manager positions. We're requesting this. These are various EMs within the department that we are asking for consideration in the amount of $240,000. We are also asking within BUF 101, which is a program planning and budget division. We're asking for an increase in our program budget analyst 5s and in order to convert them to program budget analyst 6 to really reflect the level of work that they're doing right now, as well as to help recruit with our retention. And, you know, like I previously said, that we are going to be bringing in a lower level program budget and analyst. So our expectations of our program budget analyst 5s right now is that they will probably be taking on some supervisory and training roles for the incoming lower level program budget analyst ones that are coming. The next request is a request for a special fund ceiling request to increase the county surcharge that we provide to the city and county of Honolulu for the HEART project. We are asking for $49.7 million increase in the ceiling amount. And what this represents is the amount of money that's being collected in excess of the ceiling that they currently have. So this money has been building up in the treasury, and essentially we have to pass that on because this is the 1/2 of 1% surcharge that the city and county of Honolulu has in order to pay for the Honolulu area rapid transit program. The next request we are asking for, and this is again this is in the public defender's office. We are asking for $126,000 for their case management software. And the next request is for the unclaimed properties division, and it is a $4 million increase in their special fund to reflect the increase in the amount of unclaimed property claims that are coming through. Our current ceiling is about $2 million, but we've seen that number really kind of increase over the last several years. So we're just asking for an increase in the special fund ceiling so that we can make these payments out in the fiscal year that they're asked for. In our EUTF, which is the Employer Union Trust Fund, they are asking for one new permanent position for an investment officer position and $143,000 in trust fund money. This is actually a newly created position because they, now that they're starting to build a corpus within the Employer Union Trust Fund. The next position is we are asked. I'm sorry. Yeah, the next request that we have is for the annual maintenance system within the Employer Union Trust Fund for $300,000 for the benefit administration system. And the last request is the request to put $186,160,000 into Buff 101 in order to set aside for potential expenses related to the Lahaina wildfires. So our intention really is to put it in budget and finance and not in the departments, and to use the major disaster fund when ready, and then just infuse the major disaster fund. Whatever we do not use out of this money will just lapse back into the general fund.
So how did you estimate 100 million?
We were just setting aside $200 million, and of which about 14 million was requested through the operating budgets. So there are some requests that departments had that were Lahaina specific, but we basically set aside $200 million. $200 million in FY24, 225, 100 and 100.
Yeah. So what did you base that number on?
Basically the projection that we have in terms of when we think that federal reimbursements are going to start coming. What we want to do is we want to be able to.
So that's only for federal reimbursement. That's not going to, you're not going to use that for other items.
Well, if it is used, for example, for for the Wanohana fund, that could be put inside there. But again, that process is going to have to go through the legislative process, whether or not we decide to use that money for that particular purpose. So it is an estimate right now, and primarily what we were saying is that if rule of thumb is that if the state's costs were going to be around 10% of the total disaster related expenses, and if the disaster related expenses was expected to be about $5 billion, that would represent around $500 to $600 million in state share of money.
Okay, I know. Oh, go ahead.
What's the timeline on reimbursement when you're putting this out? What
Reimbursement from the feds? It all depends, really. Sometimes, like I said, there are two circumstances that we have to work when we're working with the federal government, especially as it comes to the Lahaina response and recovery. You have one situation where the federal government will pay for something 100% right away, and they will bill us and send us an invoice for the 10%. And so we need to make sure that we're ready to pay back the federal government that 10%. And then we have another situation where, as a state, we'll cover those expenses first, and then we'll ask for reimbursement from the federal government for let's say if it's a 90-10 split, for the 90%. But then I have no control of when the federal government will be. I have no control when the federal government will be sending us an invoice, and I have no control over the federal government when they will be sending us a reimbursement. We can continue to ask for them, and we want to work closely with them, but it would be a complete guess in terms of whether or not, I can't demand from them that we need reimbursement.
But there's agreement that they're paying 90%.
Yes. Those are
receipts that you.
Yeah. So the agreement in terms of the percentage and the cost sharing percentage are all laid out in the cooperative agreement between the state and the federal government, and in this particular case, FEMA, as a result of the wildfire disaster.
I noticed the EUTF rent. That's what, over $1 million. How much is the rent?
Beg your pardon, Chair?
How much is the rent?
Our rent.
Yeah.
The landlord is here.
Is it? Well, who's the one in Citibank?
We're in Citibank.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's 16,000 per month. Yeah.
And what was the rationale that we don't use state space?
I don't know. For the EUTF, you mean? For
either. I mean, why are we?
Well, the ERS actually owns that building.
Okay.
The city power? Yeah. Yeah, City Financial. That's actually owned by the ERS.
Yeah. But if they moved over to state and not paid any rent, then the space that they're in, they could charge rent.
Yes, they could.
Well, the two ERS and EUTF. His rent is 16
square feet. Space.
10,000.
Okay, something that we should look. because we should be maximizing the amount of revenue we can bring in.
They can space that restaurant.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. There's a rail stop right next to it. And then your vacancies, you have 47.
Yes, there's about 47 vacancies. Unfortunately, a vast majority of them are in our attached agencies. I'll let the ERS, ETF, and the public defender talk about it. We did put in, we are in active recruitment for some of them. The only ones that we did put in an expected fill date for are the ones that we actually have a conditional offer on the table for. And the rest really are subject to, one, when we can get list, when we can get, a screened applicant list ready for the department or the division to go over.
So all of the ones that say 1/2/2024, 1/8, those are already.
Those have conditional offers made to them. Yeah.
So has
BNF proper has, we only have 10 vacancies in our department.
So your table 11, those priorities, they're all different attached agencies as well as BNF.
Yeah. That's everything. That's all of BNF. Yeah.
So I noticed you guys have quite a bit of people teleworking.
We have, yes.
I mean, more so you can actually make space for these agencies because you have quite a bit of people teleworking, and they're teleworking like 3 to 4 days a week.
We have some that are not everybody teleworks that much, but I can give you a breakdown of.
No, it's on table 22.
Yeah.
Has the breakdown.
Yeah.
It says HR specialists. Maybe that's why you have so many vacancies. 3 days a week. And then they all kind of have the same consistent and minimize worksite related distraction and eliminate the stress of daily commuting. Is that in the telework policy?
The telework policy is pretty broad in terms of the discretion that departments have when it comes to granting individuals the ability to telework. But in this particular case, again, from a space perspective, our department our space-wise is relatively small.
And can we actually see, when we ask for the process to evaluate job performance, can we see the evaluations of each of these?
I can provide that to you. Well, I will work with our ASO in order to provide that.
Okay.
There is a form that the employee must fill out and that the supervisor does work on in terms of evaluating, how they are doing while they are on telework.
Stress of community.
And then it says here increased productivity. So how do we know and how can we measure that before they teleworked and after that there was increased productivity?
It is one of those things where the metrics are being developed. I will provide that to you. We do have a matrix that we do use.
It's being developed.
Yeah, no. We have a matrix that we have that. When this process was established and then the new telework policy was instituted this year, departments were given a degree of latitude in terms of how they were going to come up with a qualitative as well as quantitative methodology to make that determination.
So that to justify when you say minimize work, distraction, that's everybody. I mean, I don't have commute. And how far is this? And distraction is all kinds of, you guys are distracted, right? You know what I'm saying? Justify that.
I understand, and
How is it fair too?
Yeah, the process around which the determination for telework has happened, and understanding that a lot of it was coming out of the pandemic.
But Dopex says 0 telework.
I understand. Yes, we have again instituted a policy that because that policy was allowed, that division heads as well as the department. I
don't think anybody has a problem with the policy. What people have a concern about is how do you show the accountability and the productivity and things are still moving along.
Sure, and I think I know that there was an attempt at one point in time to come up with a system in order to make metrics.
I'm not sure why the DHER director allowed it if there was no system. Why would you just say, okay, go telework, and then there's nothing really in place to monitor?
I would defer to DHER in terms of how to that.
I'm not saying it's you, but in a lot of departments. and other
Yeah.
departments-
Our department, there's always somebody that's going to answer the phone. Yes.
You better bite your tongue. 'cause
I will answer the phone.
Okay, now she's gonna test.
I will answer the phone if I have to.
Wait, you can,
Oh, yeah.
You know, the largest amount. As far as answering the phones, we have them for their office phones to either their personal cell or their phone at home, and we expect them to answer. Same with Teams.
If we, and we do that. I mean, we constantly do, we'll call employees and if we do call a
how do you
meeting that they.
determine 3 or 4 days? Versus 2 or 1?
That is a request, that is based upon a request from the employee in terms of what they are asking for in terms of a teleworking policy. Yeah.
What we did in the petition is that, DHERD specifies you need to come in at least 1 day.
Yeah.
So we said we wanted 2 days, and then which days we allow them.
Yeah.
And
So-
we have the supervisor in with the crew.
Okay. But why wouldn't it be consistent within the entire department? Because if you're saying in your branch 3 days is minimum.
All the operations.
Yeah.
Our operations are more like a project or assignment based, so it's.
I think everybody is project and assignment based.
Ours is easy. We have a
Yeah.
request, you got to do this, you
Yeah.
have. I mean, it.
Yeah.
The supervisor has.
No, but you're saying you're allowing 3. Yeah. I'm
But
saying, when you look at the chart though, there's quite a bit that says 4. So that's what I'm asking. If DNF's policy is it 3 days? And then the attached agencies are gonna be 4 days? I mean, there's no, it's all kapakahi.
Yeah, well, because the policy that came from DHERD is that, that you must just be in 1 day. So that you must be in 1 day a week. So again, the application of which is it's pretty discretionary, at the operational level. And the division. So, I mean, if DHERD basically said, okay, no, you have to come in 2-3 days, then that would.
And
be
this
the
is what
case.
their applications
But
all said the exact same thing when they wanted to telework.
It's primarily, from a documentation perspective, it is basically a checkbox form, form letter, because we don't have a system. This is a system that has been put in place just basically the past year.
But the criteria, I mean, when distraction or too far to come to work, those are not in the policy that was agreed
So
to.
the policy doesn't say
Ratified.
anything. I think that's the situation, is that the policy is pretty broad. So I think every department is essentially left up to their own device in terms.
But it was a policy that DHERD negotiated and developed.
That's not our.
That's why I don't know why they don't do the monitoring.
That's not our policy. It's very broad. And so departments are pretty much left to their own devices to come up with our own tracking system, or basically our own methodology to make qualitative or quantitative determination on the efficacy of teleworking.
Yeah,
For the department.
Yeah.
the entire department, we should have one policy. But
Exactly.
it's broad, but it's not broad so that you can say, oh, it's broad, so yeah, we can do it based on distraction and, we do stress driving in. Come on, I mean, that was not the intent, and we've said this time and time again to all the departments.
and they still get a desk? If they're only coming in for 4 days, they still have an office and a desk?
That depends. We don't have, we're in the process of figuring out how hoteling works within our department, but right now they still do have a desk. Yes.
So what we did at EETF back in 2022 is we
Name and
gave
title.
Derek Mizuno, EETF administrator. We gave up office space, about a quarter of our office space. So the teleworkers, they come in and they'll hotel. So they don't have their own assigned desk. We have a reservation system and they'll sign up.
And how do you track? Can you send us the progress reports?
Yeah, it's similar to what BNF has. Same.
Performance.
How many days?
They can work up to 4. Yeah.
And in the case of EETF, some of them are customer service representatives, I believe.
Actually, the customer service representatives, we don't allow them to
Okay.
tele, so they're answering phones, so
Yeah.
they need to be in the office.
So what happens when they have stress coming into work? How come how do you compensate them then?
It's part of their job requirements to come in to answer phones. They can't do their jobs at home.
You just said you call them on the cell and they answer from.
No, they're part of we have a phone answering system. So you have to be logged on to the system, and only our phones in our office can log on. So they have to be in the office.
Yeah. So in the program planning and budget division, Senator, the person's office phone, if they're not in the office, that phone would be forwarded to their cell phone, so that if, let's say, for example, the department calls and asks about a budget request or something like that, that it would go to their phone, so they will have.
And who reviewed their home desk to make sure that it met the criteria of the policy?
I would, it would be the supervisor that would be responsible for putting it.
Because last year we went through the policy and it says that you actually have to have approval that space that you have at home is adequate.
And you're not doing childcare and you're not
You didn't do
doing
that.
family.
Yes, yeah.
So I don't think the policy is that broad. You might want to look at it and make sure. I don't think you guys read it.
Well, I know those particular, but it's essentially a self-certification process that they are not doing these things. And, if we do find out that if they were providing childcare, then we would have to. It's one of those things that's, as we go into the process, and now that we have this, again, policy in place, it is just something that we have to institutionalize.
Hard to add positions when this stuff is still so fluid.
Yeah. And again, I mean, the only position I think we're asking for is the investment officer position.
I think what we're asking is that there will be a systematic policy for all the departments. Some is not on 4, some is not on 3, that there's a systematic, because when public calls, we call, it's so hard to get hold of anybody. And then you call, they goes to their voicemail and they don't call you back. They don't call you back for days.
We would support in advocating a statewide policy so that, again, departments are not left.
Well, we need consistency.
And we need somebody to take the lead on. So BNF seems like to take the lead on, because you control the budget.
Policy and stuff on size.
No, but then you still need accountability. You still need to make sure that there's going to be productivity. So that should not be compromised.
Our division.
Yeah, but can you attest that for everybody?
Oh, I fully attest.
For his area. And I think as we progress through, and again, if there is a system that gets instituted, either a tracking or a monitoring
Yeah,
system.
but who is supposed to develop that? Because DHERD basically said, hands off. I developed the policy. It's up to you guys. There's no ownership from that department.
That is something that would need to be worked on with DHERD.
I mean, really disappointing.
So there's no performance review either of people who are teleworking. So do you have some criteria? This is what the projects are, or this is deadlines due, or something like that, where you have performance?
And our division.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're
Only your division in the entire department.
I don't.
Yeah.
No, but he's attached.
Yeah, he's attacked.
Budget.
The budget, yeah.
So.
Budget.
Yeah.
We know the work that's done. We know what it is, and we know what's coming out.
Yeah.
What about the other divisions?
Well, I think like in the case of FAD, I don't think he doesn't allow teleworking within his division. And so and then ARO does have some within our DHERD division, or DPO, Departmental Personnel Offices, they do allow. Again.
But you don't know you're delegating that to them. You don't know if there's a consistent reporting process.
The delegation of authority, or at least a policy decision that I made with the departments, is that there is a statewide, with the divisions, is that there is a statewide teleworking policy. As a division head, you cannot be you can be stricter, but you cannot be looser than what the statewide policy allows for. And so, yeah, But that's the broadness of the DHERD policy. The DHERD policy is it really is left to the departments, and we're not the experts when it comes to making the determination on teleworking.
But you know what the work is that's supposed to be done.
We know what needs to be done, and the work is still being done.
Have you reviewed any of the evaluations
I have not personally, but I will talk to my ASO if he has.
to see if there's any kind of variance between Neil's shop and another shop?
I have not reviewed it, but I will get back with my ASO and take a look to see if there's any analysis that can be performed.
So does your HR person also have to approve the attached agencies too?
Yes.
So have they seen any consistency or inconsistency on the reportings?
I do not know offhand, but again, we can get back to you again with what we have compiled so far.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to adjourn, and tomorrow we have, what time? Okay, debate at 11 a.m.